was happening during last year's VRS, were all the discussions, you know, like down there during coffee breaks, during lunch breaks, during parties. And also what happened during the hackathon, where like 15 people were trying to compete to come up with mobility solution for paralyzed patients. And well, what came out of that, you can see it, one of the stands later on. And when I was thinking about this year's VRS, I was thinking, I realized that this kind of interdisciplinary exchange, all those great discussions, all those, well, great projects that came out of it, that this is something that we want to retain, even though the event grew in the meantime. So anyhow, I mean, as Jaron Lanier once wrote, VR is the most centrally situated discipline. And basically, this year, we happen to have here people from a variety of backgrounds, from philosophy or from education to neuroscience. And I hope that you will enjoy all the exchange that will happen here this year. So anyhow, we would like to start this welcome address session with video greetings from the German Minister of Research and Education, Bettina Stark-Watzinger.
Hello to everyone in Bochum. The historic Opelwerk, what an inspiring setting for this summit. The German automotive sector has always been a pioneer of progress. Today, they use VR technology both in research and development and in production. This site will soon be transformed into a new technology hub. Perhaps it will become a stronghold for VR technology. After all, virtual and augmented technologies are no longer just a fantasy. They really open up new possibilities for our work and for our daily lives. Identifying and leveraging these possibilities, that's what all of you stand for. That's the DNA of the VR Summit. And that's what makes this event so valuable. VR offers new opportunities for many sectors, in particular the healthcare sector. Think of the potential for training medical professionals, for improving patient care, for new forms of treatment from physiotherapy to psychotherapy. Research on VR in healthcare covers a wide spectrum of topics such as cognitive training systems for people with dementia or AR systems that can assist during surgery. And on top of that, VR technologies are being enhanced all the time by integrating smart textiles and wearables that can provide the user with haptic feedback, making the VR experience even more immersive. For all these breakthroughs and innovations, VR needs a powerful helper, AI. No one knows that better than you, and no one is more determined to achieve this than you. VR cannot be imagined without AI. AI is continually enriching VR solutions. For example, by enabling paralyzed patients to move in virtual and real spaces, using their eye and facial movements. What an impressive, valuable feat. And it was achieved by the winners of last year's hackathon. So keep it up, and thank you for your enthusiasm. We need you, and we need your ideas and solutions. I hope you all enjoy an inspiring summit, and I look forward to hearing about the innovations produced at this year's hackathon.
Okay, well, thank you, Minister. The next in line would be Johannes Poiling from Gesundheitscampus Bochum.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, the microphone works.
Apparently.
So, I prepared some slides. I hope that we will see it on the screen. So, but before that, good morning, everyone, today here. So, I'm very happy that after last year's successful kick-off, thank you, Christian, the VR Summit, or VR Summit, is taking place again here in Oberg. So the minister just told you something about the automotive location we have in Germany and how it was located here in Bochum. But that is a very new tech quarter where we meet today, and it's also a smart health location. So I think the best place, of course, to come here to Bochum to speak about VR in healthcare. So many thanks to the whole organization team for taking place here this event again. So I hope you understood everything as I spoke before because I didn't have the micro. So we are here in the heart of the Metropolis Ruhr and in the heart of the Smart Health location. So when you look at the Metropolis Ruhr, for those who are maybe the first time here or they really don't know where we are, you know, we are located in the heart of more than 5.1 million inhabitants. So just to you, to the companies, the message is the market is just in front of the door. So it's a very opportunity that you will have here an advantage to other locations. So when we speak about smart health, and me, I'm the head of the Health Campus Agency, and we call ourselves the Smart Health location here in Bochum. So when we speak about smart health, we also speak about digital health, of course. So and digital health offers more than structural solutions, and I hope we will see today how VR is placed in these solutions. So in preparation for this event, I learned about various applications in practice. For example, virtual patients, tests for new treatments, trainings of surgical procedures, or even help in mental health programs. So I'm very excited what care solutions and other ideas will be presented today, what solutions you will have in the case or in the use of VR in healthcare. But before that, I would like to give you a short overview, what framework conditions you will find here and how we may support you with your ideas to become reality. So what is the Smart Health Bochum location all about? You see, we have more than 20% of all employees in Bochum are working in the healthcare. But that means not only in services, but also in health business. So it was 10 years ago when we realized, or when we began to develop the health campus, we had a quota that was about 14%, so you see it becomes more and more important for Bochum. And that is something which we are very proud of here in Bochum, that we can offer you, that we can offer new companies, business ideas, whatever you like to call it. That is the network location we have here in Bochum, and that is the ecosystem. Because we are thinking in a triangle. The triangle means economy, science, and healthcare. Just to bring them together, then we will have success. That is the key of success. And that is our ecosystem. You see, we have an advisory board, for example, 2 CEOs from companies here in Bochum. We have 2 representatives from the science, that is Professor Ostendorf, who was the former vice president of the Ruhr University, so we have a strong collaboration with the science. And we have Mr. Vollmer, who is the head of the medicine, the chair of the general medicine here in Bochum. And with Birgit Fischer, we have a Minister of State of Duty. So, and they all bring their global networks with them. And we also, beside this, we have an innovative circle. And in this circle, there are more than 90 people. And there are CEOs, you know, there are directors and so on. So I can't promise you that your idea will be successful. But what I can promise you is, if you have an idea, if you have a question, we will put it into this ecosystem and you will get answers. So please use it. It's an offer what we can do for you. Just show us your ideas and we will see how they will work and if it's possible here to work. So that's, it's another slide just to show you how this network works, and that's what I say are not, that is reality. And you see here all the some of the institutions, not all of the institutions, some of the institutions, some of the companies we have here in Bochum, and we are in a close collaboration, of course, with our neighborhood cities and with the neighborhood networks. So that is, I think really a standalone, even in Europe, because when you need testing fields with your VR, and I think the testing field is also just in front of the door, and you will reach. It's about, I think, 100 clinics in 45 minutes from here. So please use that. That's the offer that we can give. And I'm very excited and yeah, I'm very happy to see what solutions you may have, what ideas you have, and so I wish you all the luck and yeah, a successful presentation. Thank you very much.
So next up is Michael Barngrover from XR for Europe, one of our partners. The stage is yours.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to Art and the organizers of the VR Summit for inviting me. It's my first time here, and it's really a pleasure. I'm very excited to see the content that's lined up for today and for tomorrow, and I mean very particularly for the hackathon, because I love hackathons. I won my very first VR headset in a hackathon. I've organized a number of them, and they're just. I hope everyone appreciates just how important it is to bring people together for kind of concentrated moments of creation and exploration in bite-sized chunks, because everyone's very busy with either their research or their work. But with hackathons, you get to just take a moment away from yourself to apply what you know with others. So I'm very excited for this weekend. But I also want to bring attention to the fact that we're here physically, as well as some of us who are attending online or watching online. But that we're here and we're sharing a space because that is one of the themes of this event. And of course, virtual reality and extended realities, particularly as mixed reality becomes more technically capable, it's really, I think, demonstrating to a wider audience that these are communication technologies. These are about bringing people together, about connecting people from regardless of geography. And so increasingly, XR is going to be really just a sequence of shared spaces of different types. And we'll still come together in physical spaces, but we're highlighting the shared nature. And we're in a period of time where some of the focus, broadly speaking, is transitioning to things like AI and other kind of core technologies. But XR is where all of these other emerging technologies or maturing technologies come together in really impactful personal ways. And you're going to hear a lot about that today and tomorrow, particularly as these become more capable and more engaging and more connecting, then ethics and safety become far more important topics. Because you may not everybody here knows, but I'm sure some of you know that adoption is actually increasing pretty stably. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Gorilla Tag, but you probably know of it. But you may not know that there's probably hundreds of independent knockoffs, not knockoffs, inspired successors of Gorilla Tag. And so many of these platforms, I learned, have thousands of concurrent users on average per day. And these are indies, these are really quite small, but they have really growing user bases. And that's not always so prevalent. So the increase in use of multi-user collaborative platforms, the proliferation of these around the world, particularly many of them here created in Europe, is bringing to the fore the shared nature of extended realities and the importance that we design them and develop them appropriately. And so we're going to explore those topics today and this weekend, and I'm sure the hackathon is probably going to result in some cool ideas around that topic. So I'm very keen to mention that later today after lunch we'll have a panel about safety and ethics in shared spaces and metaverses and virtual worlds, and I hope you're as excited as I am. So with that, I'd like to pass it on to our next speaker, and as we keep our day going.
Next on stage is Christian Klaas, the head of Department for Neurotechnology and one of the chairs of the conference. So he will give a short welcome address, and we'll start with his first opening lecture.
Thanks, Arthur. Yeah, welcome everybody to this year's VR Summit 2024. My dear guests and esteemed colleagues, I want to present to you this event that is in its second installment. So we started in last year, and when I started with our Health Plus incubator, which is sponsoring this whole event, my idea was I wanted to have something that is inspiring everyone, a new technology that is usable and something that brings together entrepreneurs and scientists alike to start something new. So we are looking back at one successful installment already, and I hope that this is like a continuation, and we will have many of these meetings again next year and the years after. VR and augmented reality and also AI have fused in many ways, and there are remarkable advancements in especially healthcare. As the minister already said, we have people that use VR for rehabilitation in different contexts, for mental health rehabilitation, also for physical rehabilitation. For a couple of days ago, we had the Connect 2024, so that is the event that is yearly done by Meta, and they announced their new technology, their new VR headsets that are now costing like $299. So the technology will be more accessible. They also presented augmented reality, like new glasses in collaboration with Ray-Ban, that allow you basically to see the physical, your physical surroundings, and at the same time have overlays in virtual space. So these two spaces are fusing, and VR is also used as a powerful tool for medical treatments and other rehabilitation purposes. And AI is like the big overarching architecture that is binding this all together. So even for these presentations of Meta, they also introduced their Llama 3.2 model, which is super powerful and can detect images and can give you feedback. And imagine that combined with augmented reality, where you can basically see something and the AI helps you interpret your environment. There's also like a plethora of options for new ways of helping people with disabilities, for example, in this regard. I think I am super happy that every one of you appeared today. I know that we also have a big audience online that is super nice, and it fits the theme that we have people that are or that more people are actually attending this event online than in being physically present. We have a lineup of 2 days of very interesting talks. We have everything starting from social questions, mental rehabilitation. We have education in VR, so like using VR to educate people in classes or for specific professions. There are talks about technical implementations and new ways of using this technology and what kind of progress we are doing there. Of course, there is gaming. It's not a small part of VR, it's a big part, but it's an important part because gamification is important, particularly also in all kinds of healthcare applications. We have a panel on security, safety, and ethics today, actually, and we have a nice poster session that goes along with that, and demos in the makerspace. And I don't want to forget, of course, our hackathon, which will take place on Sunday. There are many real-world examples of what is already possible, like, for example, neurorehabilitation for stroke patients in VR and social interactions, for example. And mostly I want to, already at the beginning, thank our great team of technical support and organization that is also present here for making this all possible, because this is not like a one-man show or something like that. This is a team effort, and I'm super happy that everyone is like working so nicely together, and that also shows us that people are really enthusiastic about VR and AR and AI. And yeah, with that, I want to close this welcoming notes, and we will actually slip over to the first talk of today, which I will also give, so I will introduce myself quickly in a sec. And once again, thank you for attending the VR Summit 2024. So, do we also have a beamer? Because this is only the other thing. Okay, I use the time to introduce myself. So I'm Christian Klaas. I am the head of the neurotechnology department at the Ruhr University Bochum. I deal with mainly with brain-computer interfaces. That is one of the core research that we are doing in my lab. And we are also heavily invested in virtual reality and using virtual reality for neurorehabilitation. We have used virtual reality, for example, to make a virtual reality test suit for different motor disabilities. There's a poster over there that one of my PhD students is presenting. And we have used it for example, for an exoskeleton and similar things. And we are using it also for research because VR allows you to create all kinds of experimental setups that are very expensive or almost impossible to actually do in reality. So I will try without a beamer, but okay. My talk for today will be virtual bodies. So it will be relatively general, but I hope that it gives you a good introduction. And I will start with I'm not sure if I can start the movies also that are in the talk. Can you start that? So this is from, as you have seen in the title already, this is from the movie Avatar. There was a recent new installment not too long ago, but this is from the first one, if we can start it. Okay. Or can I start it with using this button or something like that? No, apparently not. Okay, green button. Ah, okay. So this is from that movie, and it shows you like a future with very advanced technology, where you have people like the main character. Interestingly, in this movie, is someone who is actually disabled himself. He's a paraplegic and cannot move, but he uses some kind of neural interface, which looks a little bit like an fMRI device. And he uses this device basically to control an avatar. So that is one of the main concepts, right? Your embodiment. And in this case, this is one of those native inhabitants of that faraway planet. It looks slightly human, but we will come back to that later. But they are larger than humans and stronger and so on. And he can completely control it. He's completely immersed in the perspective of that character. So how far are we with this technology? We can do not exactly that, but we can at least give you the impression of being somewhere else with VR. So the talk will be divided the following way. First of all, I will talk about what our body actually is. From a neuroscience perspective. I will talk a bit about artificial bodies, so that is when I will talk about disabilities and the potential of neuroprosthetics. And then I will switch over to virtual bodies, so what the future will hold, basically. So, what is our body? In principle, if you take it very technical and very unromantic, I would say, it's a collection of sensors and actuators. So we are sensing the world, we are controlling our body, and that is what makes us feel to be in control. We will come back to that in control theme later on. And this is all bound together by feedback loops. So not only are we controlling and sensing our environment, but we are also getting feedback, and that feedback is used to basically calibrate ourselves in this body that we have. And this gives rise to an internal model. So we are actually projecting all these inputs that we get, or our body is projecting all these inputs that we get into our somatosensory cortex. We get vision, and that is projected into our primary visual cortex. And all this together binds together a model where we think that we are right here, right now. what we do know as neuroscientists is that we are actually stitching together our reality, because when we are looking around, we're making small saccades and we are just seeing snippets of the environment, and from that our brain is puzzling together a three-dimensional impression of ourselves. We are not having that directly, it's a constructed environment. So there are two terms that are used in this regard. One is the body schema, which is shown here. This is basically our postural model. So where are we in space right now? So if you close your eyes and you're moving your hands, then you might not exactly know where your hand is, but you roughly know where it is. We have proprioceptive sensors that help you with that. And this model is action-oriented, so it contains ways of handling or making specific movements. And it can be relatively easily fooled. I will show you that later. And it can also be simulated. The other term that is often used is the term of body image. That is something I will not talk too much about, but this is the social construction of what our body is. Also sometimes our self-perception, so how do we feel when we are looking in the mirror? How are we responding if someone else makes a compliment, or if someone looks strangely at us? This can also be fooled, and this can also be transferred, and I will also talk about that a little bit later on. So I already said that what binds our sensors and our actuators, so our muscles and our senses together, is a model that is coming together in the brain. So this is the neocortex. That is basically the part or the realm that we are living in. And it is split up typically in parietal, occipital, and different parts of the lobe classically. And this particular area that you see here slightly grayed out, that is either on the one hand the somatosensory cortex, which is on the parietal part of the brain, and then you have the motor cortex, which is on the frontal part. So there's this divisive line over here that is the central sulcus that divides basically the brain in these two halves. And in the somatosensory cortex you have this so-called cortical homunculus. This is your representation of yourself from all the sensors that you have onto your cortex. And you can see that this particular parts are bigger than other parts, and that is not by accident. That is because certain areas have more sensory input than others. So our hands particularly are heavily sensorized, whereas our back, for example, is not. And on the other hand, so on the frontal part, we have the motor homunculus, which is similar, but this is for basically our movement. It's also organized in a similar fashion and represents all our muscular activities that we can do. So speech is actually seen as a motor task in this regard. So here we have, that is the funny thing. So if you look back at this, it's just a very funny fact that in the German textbooks or in European textbooks, this is not a German one, but English one, you see the genitals here. In the American, they are a bit conservative, and the homunculus is wearing a shorts here, which I found very funny. But I can assure you that in the real cortex, we don't wear shorts. But, anyways. So this is how the homunculus would look like if you would blow it up into a 3D image. So one professor here from the Ruhr University made this homunculus a long time ago. And you can see it has these humongous hands, and that's because of these heavily sensorized hands that we are using. And the lips also there are lots of sensors in your lips and your tongue, but not so much in the back and the rest of the body. So how can we use or manipulate this body schema, or how is it sometimes manipulated? So first of all, this image needs to be updated because we grow, right? We are little when we are born, and we are growing up. So all these maps that I've shown you have to adapt accordingly. And if you have some kind of accident, for example, if you get if this thing happens that you need an amputation of some part of your body, then suddenly something disappears from your body scheme. That gives rise to many complicated situations, which I will also talk about. But the thing is that or the main point I want to make here is that there is cortical plasticity that changes this self-image over time. So this is also used, so if you think about the sensory cortex, that is what I just described. For the motor cortex, it's the same thing. So we are also adapting to the tasks that we are doing. So if you are learning a skill, then the representation of that particular part of the body that you are using are changing. So here you have, for example, bow shooting. Or if you, for example, play a piano, then typically the representations of your fingers get larger. It also, as I said before, helps with recovery from injury. So if you have some kind of damage to your body, then this has to be updated in your cortical map as well. And as I said, aging and change as well. So there are also, those are the advantages. This is what the system is made for, but it also gave rise to a couple of maladaptions, so things that are going wrong. So for example, I mentioned piano playing before. There is also the medical condition of focal dystonia, which means that in your brain, your representations of your fingers have merged, and suddenly, because you overlearned playing the piano, you are unable to not move two fingers at the same time because their representations in the brain have merged because of this overlearning process. This is considered a maladaptation, and you can use therapy to get rid of that. After amputation, there could be, I mentioned the case, there could be the normal way of that you are just losing that representation, but you can also develop what is called phantom pain. That means that you are feeling your limb that is actually not there anymore, and that can cause pain, and you also can use some kind of therapy to help that. And there's VR therapies for exactly that already. There's other distortions of the body schema. So if you are unable, for example, to draw the full clock. So this person has been told to draw a clock, and as you can see, the person only drew the right half. So this is called neglect, and that happens, for example, after stroke, or can happen after particular types of stroke, that you are basically neglecting a part of your body or of the visual environment that you are seeing. The phantom limb, I already said, there's actually quite a lot of different types of phantom limb problems that you can have. So there is, for example, the phantom pain that is more a simple case. Then there is like the problem that you might think that a part of your fully functioning body does not belong to you. So there are cases where people are actually saying this arm is, it's called alien limb syndrome. So you are thinking that your hand, for example, does not belong to you, even though it's perfectly functioning and it's working. But that has to do with your representations in your brain that are distorted or damaged, or that you have misperceptions, that you think your arm is bigger than it really is, or smaller, or that it, as I said, doesn't belong to you, or different versions of that. So that the one condition that I just mentioned is called somatoparaphernalia. That is the condition where you are basically thinking that some of your limbs doesn't belong to you. That's also what the alien hand syndrome. To show you these illusions that you can generate using your body scheme, I will show you a short video of an example of what is called, or has been popularized as the so-called rubber hand illusion. And I will just describe the experiment, and then I will show you the video. So the idea is you have a person sitting in front of a table, and the real arm is under the table. The real left arm is not visible to the person, like either under a table or there's some kind of blocking piece of cloth or so. And then you have this rubber hand that is placed roughly where the arm is supposed to be. And then the experimenter is making particular movements and coordinates the movements of his hand, like stroking the fingers of the rubber hand at the same position as the real hand. And after a while, that's a very, very short while, you will adapt this rubber hand as part of your body scheme. And that has very interesting effects, as you can see.
That's weird.
Now.
That's really weird.
Tell me when you're there.
Yeah, I feel it.
Feel it?
Yeah.
Don't move.
Oh no. Oh no. No! No!
So,
What the hell was that? Yes!
this feeling of ownership of the rubber hand can be so strong that you are trying to protect it. So because she cannot move the rubber hand but her real hand, and she thinks her real hand is the rubber hand, she's moving back her real hand. And that is happens after a very short time. We can also see that there's evidence that this has to do with our representations in the brain. For example, in this experiment, people have used scanners, so MRI scanners, to scan the brain and see what parts of the brain are active while people observe certain videos. And in the first case, so for in this panel called A, they are watching a video of a real hand grasping an object, and then in panel C, they're seeing a virtual hand, or so not real arm, but a virtual representation of the arm grabbing an object. But this is with a high grade of detail. So this is a couple of years ago, actually many years ago, 2001. So that is a high resolution hand at that time, at least. And then in E, you see an even more abstract representation of your hand. And you see that partially the same parts of the brain are active, but partially also things are missing. So particularly if you look at the right hand side. So you can fool your brain, but only to a certain extent. So there needs to be some kind of similarity, also for the rubber hand illusion. So the rubber hand has to look like your own hand. If, for example, the skin color of the rubber hand doesn't match your own skin color, then the effect is reduced, for example, or if it looks smaller or in a weird position. In monkeys, this has been studied invasively. So, of course, in people, you cannot really measure neurons in the brain directly, but in monkeys, it has been tried out to see what happens if the monkeys train to use a specific object. So, in this case, the monkey had the task to basically grab objects from a table, and he used his own hand. And there are neurons that are representing where your hand is and where it can reach. And before tool use, you see that only where the actual hand is, or the neuron is only representing the hand or the space where the hand of the monkey is. But after tool use, you can see, so after the monkey uses this rake thing to grab his reward, which is like little grapes, he does that very, very often. So he has to do many, many repetitions. But after that, the neuron is not only representing the hand, but the entire tool. So you can think about that in a similar sense if you're using a computer. You are using the mouse and you're moving the mouse in this plane, basically, right? But the cursor on the screen is moving in this plane. But after a while, you're not thinking, I'm moving my hand forward to move the cursor upwards, but you're thinking, I just move the cursor upwards. So that is one of the effects of this training and tool integration into your body. There's this control experiment where they basically only gave the monkey the rake, but he didn't have to use it. So you can, and then the neuron was just representing the hand again. So it depends on you actually using and interacting with your environment to acquire this body scheme. There's also neurons that are showing where your reach space is, and these are also extended after tool use, as you can see in this image. Another very interesting thing, which I will just briefly talk about, is mirror neurons. So that is the effect that actually there are neurons in your brain that not only represent your own actions, but also actions of people that you observe. So this neuron fires because you are, in this case, fires because the monkey is grabbing that object. But if the experimenter is grabbing the object, the neuron is also firing. And people have suggested that this is a mechanism for imitation and empathy. Another interesting case is where it goes to the body image that I talked to initially. That is from the Mel Slater group. Mel Slater was here last year as VRS and gave a keynote speech. He's doing VR for ages, basically, before it has been popularized. And he has tried out many things. For example, he tried to see what happens if you're using an avatar that is not representing your own gender or ethnicity. And in this case, he looked at people that are either training and looking in the virtual mirror and seeing their body being white or black. And he observed that after this exposure to a body scheme that is not, a black body scheme, if you are white, for example, that the initial racial bias, which is like a test case to see if people have a certain initial implicit bias that is not overt but not more like implicit, and they have measured that before and after the exposure, and they could see that this is reduced if people are basically using a body or a virtual body that is not of their own ethnicity. So there is potentially chance for making people understand the other better by putting them actually in someone else's skin. So the same could potentially be used if you are using avatars that are in if you are using an avatar of the opposite sex, or if you are to understand people in different positions, putting people actually in the place could help. So that is just a small study in that regard. There's probably many more things going on right now, and maybe some of the speakers that we have will also talk about that. Now we come to artificial bodies. So do we actually need a body to live? So this is from another movie. This is the new version of RoboCop, an old 80s movie. And here he he wanted to see what is actually him and which parts are the machine.
No.
And he's a bit surprised that there's not much left
Holy Christ.
of his actual body.
Holy Christ.
And
Holy Christ, there's nothing left.
and the interesting thing here is that the scientist here on the right is saying,
your body may have gone, but you're still here.
so the idea is that he has some replacements, and he is
It's
even
not
has
even my brain.
yeah, he has even implants in
We had
his
to
brain.
repair
But
the
still, the
damaged
point
areas,
is
but we didn't interfere with
he
your emotion or your intellect. You
is in control.
understand
He has control of his body, and that's what makes him
you're in
himself.
control.
You are in control. So then he says, okay, don't put that back again, and I don't want to see it ever again. Anyways, so this leads us to artificial bodies. And for controlling artificial bodies, you would need something like a brain-computer interface. So that is a schematic overview of that. So you have the brain on the left side here with the different areas, and you already see that there's a little implant on that you can see that is actually going through the skin. And there's 2 electrodes in this case. This was for an experiment in the US. So these are so-called Utah arrays, so small electrode arrays that are implanted in the brain, so they're stuck in the brain. I will show you later how they look like. And they record data from the brain. So this is called the neural signal source. And then this is all passed into a computer and run through what is called a decoder. And the decoder is something that is very, very similar, or basically from a technical point of view, it's the same thing as all these machine learning tools that you're using nowadays, like ChatGPT or the image classifiers that I use. They are all using a form of decoder or somewhere in their architecture. And the thing, what this thing is doing is using the neural signals and learning to map a representation of this neural activity to actual actions. And you use these actions then to control an effector, which can be a cursor on the computer screen or an actual robotic hand. And you can close this loop by actually projecting information back into the brain by stimulating through these same electrodes. Usually they are then in the somatosensory cortex, and eliciting some kind of percept that then is integrated into your body scheme using the mechanisms that I've shown you before. So this was our patient, Eric Sorto. We had him for 3 years from 2013 to 16, and he was keeping the electrodes even longer. You can see that on the outside you have these connectors on top of his head. These are amplifiers that amplify these very weak signals from the brain, and this is why they use this percutaneous connector. So this is going through the skin, as I said, and then the cable connects to a computer, and that is actually doing the connection. He's a tetraplegic, so he cannot move anything below his neck, and he was using that in the lab in the US for various purposes. I will show you in a second. Unfortunately, what I heard, the message I got in the beginning of the week is that he passed away. So he passed away, I think, on Monday. Very sad. He was a very cool guy, and as you can see, even though he had a lot of hardship because of his tetraplegia, he still tried to make something out of himself and had tried to do a job and do stuff. It's very sad. Here you see him in action. So here he is using what is called an MLP, the modular prosthetic limb, developed in a DARPA project in the US. This has all the 27 degrees of freedom that a natural human arm would have, and here he only controls 2 of those degrees of freedom to control this little ball there on the screen, and he tries to basically follow the red square and basically touch it, and that would be his task for in this particular case. So that was controlled, and then I said that we also have the whole feedback loop by providing information back. So here we have the same robotic hand, but this one has little sensors attached to each of the fingers and to the palm, and these fingers, when you touch them, an electrical pulse is sent to electrodes that are implanted in the region that would normally get the information from his real arm, and thereby creating for the patient the feeling of a tingling at the position where the real arm is. This has been used also in the US in another lab. So here's the experiment. He's blindfolded, and the experimenter is touching different fingers, and he can actually tell which fingers in the robot arm it was. So this has all been a couple of years ago. Meanwhile, Elon Musk did another, he's a chain founder, and he founded this company called Neuralink that is probably not as well known as Tesla or SpaceX, but it was founded in 2016 to commercialize brain-computer interfaces, and they came up with their Neuralink N1 device, which is actually fully implantable, so it doesn't have this external connector. Processing is done on a small chip that is basically put in place where the normal bone of the skull is, and this is using wireless communication basically to send information then out, control signals for a cursor. And this is how it is actually looking like. They use an implantation robot that is actually sewing these little electrodes into the brain. And there's also a patient, and there's, I think, a second patient study also going on. And there were some videos shown, not real data yet, but the patient apparently can very agile or very quickly and easily use a cursor on the screen to control, for example, playing chess very successfully. They have reports, I haven't seen it, but he reported that he was playing games like Civilization on this device. So there must be very fine control of the cursor here. You can see the cursor sometimes, this white round thing that is hopping around, and he can select things and move things on the board and so on. So that is a very good control as far as I can tell. Unfortunately, they haven't shown any data, any real data yet. So you can also see that he doesn't have any kind of connector, so this is all wirelessly transferred. Okay, this leads us to like a small concept which we might also discuss in one of the many occasions where we have discussions, which is morphological freedom. So that is also very closely tied to virtual reality, which is the idea that it is a proposed civil right of a person to maintain and modify their own body. And there are people that are actually making use of that to do something that is called body hacking. So that is the new trend. So if you have kids, be careful that they don't start implanting stuff on their own and cutting themselves. And I'm just joking. Normally, this is done by adults that are implanting certain items into their body, or like particular surgeons that are doing that for them. You can see, for example, someone who implanted a magnet into their fingertip and now has this kind of magnetic, not really a superpower, but I mean, they can basically touch and feel actually metallic objects, because that will have some kind of will move, so the magnet in the fingertip will move, and that will cause a sensation, and then they can basically tell if there's something metallic around. And there are other people. This guy is colorblind, an artist who implanted something into himself to basically give himself the impression of color in a certain form. There's this thing that is called the North Ship. It's basically always telling where the, so it's like a compass, and it's implanted into the chest, and then it's also vibrating, so that you have implicitly a feeling of where the North Pole is. For what it is used, or what it is useful for, that's arguable. But as I told you in the beginning with the things that can be integrated into your body scheme, that all works. So if you use it regularly, then it will be integrated into your body scheme. And there's another artist, it's Stellark. He has done many, sometimes controversial stuff. Here he tried out a third arm and how that integrates into his body scheme, or he implanted like this little ear, so that's like some kind of, I think it's a plastic ear under his skin with a microphone actually. So he's doing all kinds of weird body hacking stuff. And with that, so that is the beginning of this physical body hacking. But in virtual reality, of course, you are completely limitless what you can do. So we come to the virtual bodies, and particularly to what is called an avatar. So I will come back to the theme from the beginning of the talk. So the movie Avatar, the title Avatar is actually from Sanskrit, and it means, or it is a concept in Hinduism that means the descent into the physical reality. So a representation of a god on earth, basically. And very prominent in this regard is the, so I don't know if you have people here that are more knowledgeable about the Hindu religion, but here we have Vishnu, for example. That is one deity that has many representations, so that is one of them. And I found that very funny that this guy here, so Vishnu, in this reincarnation has a bow and is kind of blue. And now compare that to the guy from Avatar. So I wonder where the inspiration came from. There's also, if you look at these Hinduistic avatars that are representations of the god on earth, as I said, there is not only one, there's many, multiple ones that look completely different genders, even some chimera between different animals. That is very old religious texts where this is mentioned, and now look at what people are doing nowadays in modern computer games. So these are the 10 avatars of a League of Legends player. So we are trying to start to do the same thing. We are creating multiple avatars of ourselves, representations that can look quite different from ourselves, that are doing stuff for us in virtual reality, and we are also integrating them into our own representations. Yeah, transferring the sense of self. That is something that can very easily happen in virtual reality, also in simple computer games. So as soon as you have something that is controllable by yourself, where you have feedback, so you need feedback, you need control, agency, and then very quickly you are not saying there is this pedal, but you're saying this is me, I'm this pedal. in this two-dimensional representation, I'm this pedal that I'm controlling, but you're not thinking anymore of this as something external. And that has gone through time over developments, has gone further and further. So you had Pac-Man after a while, then Mario, for example. There you can already see that there you are controlling this little avatar that already has some human features. Then we had the advent of all these so-called shooter games where you had the perspective of that person. That was very new at that point in time, and now it's like super. I mean, it has been controversial because people are claiming that you are getting more violent when you are playing violent games in these situations, which has not been proven. But I'm just saying that this is something that developed over time, and nowadays you have like avatars that look superhuman or very, very similar to you. So close to humans that you are probably cannot even distinguish that. So here you have Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk 2027. And with virtual reality, you cannot only see those avatars on the screen as what has been done before, but you can actually embody them fully. So this is an older picture from the lab where we reconstructed some parts of the lab and controlled a body in here. And that is one of the studies that one of my students did a while ago about virtual reality and the so-called alignment error. So he wanted to know how much of the control problem that you have when you are controlling a robotic arm, how much that is attributable to how the robot arm is positioned relative to your own arm. So he has positioned a robotic arm like the one that Eric had, the tetraplegic, in a virtual environment and try to draw something, and he noticed that the more this position is diverting from your own position, the harder it gets for you to control it. And then we have something very recent that Art and PhD students in our lab were looking at, which is called the phantom touch illusion. So the idea is there that people noticed, or Art and the team noticed, that if you are touching something in virtual reality, then you might get some kind of sensation of touching something in reality as well. So the experiment looks like this. So you have a virtual stick that you are touching. You are touching your hand with a virtual stick with the other hand in virtual reality, and as I said, people report some kind of sensation here. So this is not magic or anything like that. The thing is that your internal body representation is trying to make sense of that, so that there is something that is moving along with your real arm, and it would expect now, so we are a prediction machine, it expects that there is a touch, but the touch doesn't come, so you get some kind of weird feedback information of, or at least that's what we assume, that in the brain is created because the brain anticipates a touch. And this is just some data from that paper where basically most of the people were reporting some tingling. But if you want more information about that, Art is the right person to ask later on. But you can also use virtual reality as like social spaces. We will have talks about that as well. So this is one of the very early social spaces called Second Life. So the idea was you have a second life in virtual reality. You can create your avatar in whatever way you are. This is actually not so new. The hype was around 2006, 2008, something like that. So these avatars become more and more human-like, as you can see here, and you can socialize around there. You can build houses in virtual reality, and people were really, I mean, there was like people who got really rich by renting out or property in virtual reality, not real land, but virtual land. And people are paying lots of money also for virtual items nowadays, right? But in Second Life, you would even marry. So there were people who married in Second Life and not in real life sometimes. And sometimes they did also marry in real life. So that was an article from The Guardian also in 2008, though there was this super hype. Unfortunately, this environment is not so active anymore as far as I know. But maybe we see something similar with the metaverse of Meta again soon. And we are almost reaching the end of the talk. And can talk about the more speculative things or the things that are more fundamental For example, what is actually real? Last year we had a speaker here, but he was not actually physically here, but he gave a talk from Australia, David Chalmers, and he was presenting his book, and this is about reality and virtual reality and how we can, or if we can distinguish it. I have this little clip here from the movie The Matrix, right? One of those iconic movies from 1999. Oh, actually, we don't have sound, or is it just very...
What is real?
Ah.
How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
So that was basically Morpheus, one of the characters, explaining Neo, the other character over there, that actually what we are touching here and what we are seeing could as well be some kind of simulation. And the better our virtual reality technology becomes, the more feasible this idea becomes for many people, which has led to the simulation argument that was talked about by all these tech giants, like Elon Musk was talking about that, Nick Bostrom, many people were talking about that, and also David Chalmers. And the idea is basically, what if our brain is like in the movie The Matrix, in some kind of vat, and all the impulses are coming, the electrical impulses are simulated from a simulated environment, and we are just receiving them as an illusion, kind of. But the good thing is, so there's this book called Reality Plus from him that is a very good read actually about that. He talks about all the possibilities, but the key thing that he was talking about is that even if that's true, it's not too bad, because reality or an experience in virtual reality is as valuable as a real experience. That is at least the conclusion that he came to. And with that, I want to conclude today's talk. So we've seen that what we think is our body is actually a creation of our brain. And these brain representations can in many different ways be manipulated by physical manipulation or by very smart experimental setups. And virtual reality will very likely blend these boundaries more and more over time, especially if you are considering augmented reality as well. And one tip for you, watch more science fiction. There's good stuff out there. Just don't watch the wrong stuff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christian. We have this tradition that started last year that there are no questions directly after talks. What we do instead is we are encouraging you all, especially younger students in the audience, just come up to the speakers during lunch breaks or like whenever it's possible and talk to them, okay? This is like the probably greatest thing about this conference. Anyhow, next up is Michael Wiesing from University of Barcelona. He's the head of this year's hackathon, and my personal reference whenever it comes to anything VR, especially Unity programming. So if you have like any questions to him, that's the right person. Anyway, Michael, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello. I also had some slides. Yeah, right. So hello everyone. Today I will talk about rendering and realistic rendering in VR. But before I talk about that, I would like to give a short update on my last year's talk. So last year I gave a presentation here about a project that we are working on in Barcelona about potential ethical problems coming with virtual reality. But last year we were just started with this project, so I couldn't present any data, and so today I'm happy that I can present some of the data of the first project. And the first project was about the question if we are at a risk to confuse what is real and what is virtual when we use too much VR. This sounds maybe a bit like a discussion that we had already before, like with computer games, with movies and so on. There was always this discussion that we lose contact to reality, or that blurs the boundaries. So why do we need to have this discussion again? And the reason is that virtual reality can give you a sense of presence. It can give you really a feeling of being at this virtual place, how presence is traditionally defined. In more modern terms, we define presence as two independent illusions. So the first illusion is the place illusion, which is essentially this feeling of being there or the sensation of being there, while you know that what you experience is not real. So it feels real, but you know it's not. And the other illusion is a plausibility illusion, and this is that the events you experience are really happening around you. So you're really at this place, and what is going on around you is really happening. Although, again, you know it's not real. And these two concepts or two illusions are distinct from each other, but when they both occur, then we talk about presence, because then people tend to behave in VR as if the situation was real. Which is why we thought we should investigate this, because when we can make this strong sense of something is real, which is not, then the risk is maybe higher than when you watch a movie or something, that you confuse it, reality with virtual reality. And so we invited 49 participants to participate in something we called interview. So it was just a cover story where we said we make an interview in VR, and the idea is we can make interview, for example, 100 people, but it's always the same way how they are interviewed without bias and so on. And this interview could be done by one of these two characters. On the left it was Matilda, on the right it was Liam, pre-animated virtual characters, and the experiment started with the participant put on the headset, and they were standing about here, and then the virtual character came and said, "Hey, hello, my name is Liam. I will do the interview today. Please have a seat." And this "please have a seat" was quite crucial, because we wanted to know how many people will sit down. And the thing is that this chair was, when they put on the headset, there was no physical chair. There was just a visual virtual chair. Of course, we placed the chair there in between. We asked participants, here, please navigate through the quest menu and start the application yourself to keep them a bit busy and distracted, and then we could move a chair at the right spot. And 9 out of 49 participants just sat down without checking. They were just sitting down, and this would be really, really difficult if this would have been a game you play at home, and because there's no one putting a chair there. So others were a bit more cautious, like touching first, is there something, or some were asking us, is there really a chair? But 9 participants, so almost 20%, just sat down. But this was not the only question that we had. So as I told you, we told participants this is about this interview application, but we said this is a user experience test, and we wanted to test, for example, if people get sick. So before starting the interview, participants answered on a virtual tablet in VR the simulator sickness questionnaire, just with their index finger, just typing on it, saying, here, I'm feeling fine, not so fine, etc. And after the simulator sickness questionnaire was answered, the virtual experimenter or the interviewer, here Liam, stood up, took the tablet, moved it away, and put it into one of these 3 rolling cabinets. So this was counterbalanced between participants, which one we used. And instead, he took out these buttons, which were used for the interview. And it was just the green button was when the participant answered a question, they press the green button to hear the next question, or the blue button if they want to rehear a question. Although this interview, as I said, it was a cover story, it was not really that relevant here. And then they answered 8 questions. The interview was about climate change, so like, what do you think about Fridays for Future, or of the impact of climate change on your mental health? And right after answering these questions, Liam stood up again, took the keys, put it away, and brought the tablet back. And again, we asked for answering the simulator sickness questionnaire. And once the questionnaire was again filled out, Liam stood up one last time, took the tablet and moved it back into the drawer and closed this drawer, and then turned around and said, hey, we are done, you can take the headset off, thanks for participating. And then afterwards, participants answered a lot of questions about presence and how they experience a virtual person and everything. And we asked them to come back to the lab a week later, but to a different room. And this different room looked pretty similar to what they experienced in VR. So the first session, they were in the real room, which was in a different building, and it looked completely different than the virtual room. And this real room also had here these 3 rolling cabinets. And then we told them that in the second session we would want to make this interview again, but in reality, without VR. And the first thing then was that the experimenter, the real person in that case, around stood up and said, hey, I need to get the tablet, we need to answer the questionnaire again. But we deliberately looked at the wrong drawer and then opened the drawer and looked at, oh, where's the tablet? So where did they put it? So like here you've seen in the pictures, this would have been the right drawer, so like we would start it here. And the question was, 1 second. And then the question was, if the participant will intervene and tell us, hey, you put it over there the last time, which would of course indicate that they used something they learned in VR and applied it to the real world. So there was some kind of confusion in this sense. And this happened with 22 participants who did this. And by the way, we asked participants, they all remembered where the tablet was, so they all learned where the tablet was. They also all recognized the room, that it was looking like the virtual environment. And 22 of them really said, hey, last time you put it, it was put over there, look there. So we did some analysis on this with a Bayesian model to get some ideas of real-world population, so how many people in reality would maybe confuse in a similar way VR and reality. And for this chair interaction, there was a 95% probability that between 12 and 34% of the participants, of people, would sit down, and the probability is almost 1 that 10% will sit down in a similar interaction. When you just ask them here, please have a seat. So this is really something you should consider when you do interactions, so maybe do some UI that they should press a button to sit down and not physically sit down. And for the tablet interaction, the 95% probability was said that between 32 and 58% of the participants would intervene and confuse in this sense reality and virtual reality. And again, the probability was almost 1 that at least 25% would do this. And as I told you before, we think that the reason why people confuse this is presence. So we wanted to look if there is a correlation between the confusion and presence. And we made a lot of notes how participants behave. So like, did they just sit down? Did they touch this chair before, and so on? That we put into a model. And then we looked if we can correlate this with presence. And first we did this with a place illusion, so this feeling of being at this place. And here there was no correlation, which was a bit surprising to me. But we also looked at the plausibility, and plausibility in 2 ways. So we asked 5 questions about the plausibility of the environment, so how real was the environment perceived, and 5 questions about the virtual experimenter, which we call here the other. So how real or how plausible was the virtual person experienced. And when we look here, so when there's a high plausibility of the environment, but a low plausibility of the character, people confuse more than compared to when it's the other way around, which totally makes sense, because these factors where people confused reality and virtual reality was regarded to the room and not to the character. But what was then a bit surprising is when both is balanced. I mean, when both is high, the plausibility of the room and the environment is high. This is what we expected, that people confuse them. But here it's the other way around. It was lower. I mean, when both is low, the plausibility, there's no reason to assume that there's a confusion. But also when both is high, it seems that the confusion is less. And yeah, this basically suggests that what we think is that when the realness of the environment is consistent, high or low, then you experience this as a separate reality. So you can really separate it from reality. But when you have this mixed conditions, so the virtual environment seems to be super real, but the character seems to be not real, then you're like in a cognitive dissonance where one part of your experience feels real, the other one not. And we think that at least our data suggests that this is what leads to confusion in the end. So with that short update on my last year's talk, I want to talk about realistic rendering in VR, and something I'm working on right now, a guide to help people to get started to develop virtual environments. So when I started with all of this, this was about 8 years ago, before my background is in cognitive neuroscience, and before my experiments looked like that. Some gratings with different colors, orientations, and spatial frequencies. A fixation cross in the middle. That's it. This is something you can create with a few lines of code and CyclePy. But then I tried out a friend's Oculus Rift CV2 in I think 2014, 15 or something, and I thought, hey, this is really cool for research. But suddenly I had to develop not just my stimuli, but needed to make a world around it. And the first virtual environment that I developed, there was the idea to recreate a small test chamber we had in the lab. And this was the very first prototype. So, I mean, it looks a bit similar, but it doesn't look good, and also it doesn't really represent this room. And it took me, it was a side project for more than 2 years, so the idea was quite old, but there were other projects coming, had high priority. So for 2 years where I just had to, where I could come back to the environment and try to get these details right. And so I could, over the time, improve it, and I think could at least get quite close to get the look of the real room. So and since then I developed quite a few virtual environments, and I really enjoy doing this graphic stuff. It's one of the best parts of my job, to be honest. A part, of course, from talking to people like you here. So, and this is why the idea was, because I don't have had any training when I started to develop virtual environments or to use game engines, use VR. And so the idea was to write some high-level guidelines. So not a tutorial that tells you which buttons to press. There's enough stuff online that you can look up there. But really on a high level to explain concepts which are important to. So basically it's a collection of things that I learned over the last 8 years, and where I would have been happy if someone would have told me 8 years ago, hey, look first at that, spend more time on that, and don't think too much about this or that. And the idea is really to provide this high-level overview for creating realistic environments and how to optimize them. So because when we have real-time rendering is really complex and demanding. And in fact, much of the things we do in real-time rendering is not in real time. So whatever we can do, whatever we can pre-calculate, we do pre-calculate, because we want to offload as much as possible. So in the end, real-time rendering is actually a mix of something happening in real time and happening in pre-calculated steps. And because of this, the first rule when you develop a virtual environment is optimization. Optimization is key. So especially in VR, because in VR people, get motion sick when they are lax. So you don't want to make them sick. It does not degrade the quality of a VR experience. But when you do, for example, an experiment, it also affects how people behave, and it will screw up your data. So always hit the target frame rate, and there's, in my opinion, no excuse when there are frame drops. So there should never be a lags, and this is possible to develop virtual environments which look good, look realistic, but they run well. One thing that you should always do is to profile your app. So like here, this Oculus VR metric tool is one example. So therefore other companies like Pico, they also have these kind of tools where you can see in VR, you run your application and run this as an overlay, and you see different kind of information. For example, here, how much workload is on the GPU, how much workload is on the CPU. And this is something, for example, I would always try to optimize things that here, this never exceeds a number of 90%, so that there's a headroom that you don't run into frame drops. But it also counts how many frames were late, how many frame drops did you have, like here. So really use these apps and don't just test it on your own. So what people often, I think, do is just they put on the headset, they move the head, and so yeah, it's all smooth, fine, it's optimized. But this can be highly wrong, because there are a lot of things going on when you have bad performance to smooth of head movements to not make people sick. When you don't have something like that installed, a better way is move your hand, because we don't smooth the hand movements when they are frame drops. So when the hand moves smoothly, it's a good indicator that the performance is mostly well. But when the hand is shaking, then something is wrong and you need to optimize it. But then the second rule is don't over-optimize. You have a certain amount of performance that you can spend on rendering, and as long as your environment is not perfect and you don't see anything to improve, and in my experience this is never the case, then use the resources you have. And with optimization is also, this is something in the paper, I'm working on this paper right now, there will be a preprint out in a few weeks, hopefully. I explained that one important thing what I mentioned here is that it's not all about polygons. So polygons are when you have a 3D model, we have actually a mesh of points connected with edges, and in between we have these faces, which we call polygons. And I have the impression that many people, when they think about optimization of VR, the first thing is that they think is, okay, we need to have less polygons. But on actually, with modern hardware, polygons are by far not your worst problem, and you can go with quite high numbers, actually. And one other thing is when we talk about polygons, you see these are all quads, so there are all 4 edges in each face. But as once your model is rendered on the GPU, it's all divided into triangles. So the number of polygons here would be twice as much as what you have seen in that picture. So when you look at the number of polygons of a model, look what is the number of triangles. So and when you want to know what is a good number that you can render on your system, so like here for Oculus, but also other companies, they provide you with information, with guidelines, what is possible. Of course, these are just some abstract numbers, so like how do 500,000 polygons look like? It's of course not easy to imagine. But to give you an idea, this environment completely consists of 130,000 triangles. So there would be, even from the number of triangles, it could even run on. Okay, I need to hurry a bit, Art says. Okay, but this is really, you can go for realism. You don't need to have this reduced polygon look in your scene to have a realistic looking scene that performs well. There's one difference when we talk about avatars, for example, or every 3D model that can deform, because then we need to, you have seen these vertices, these dots, or these points of a model, and we move them back and forth when we animate, for example, an avatar. An avatar is in the end also just a mesh like this sphere, and this is more expensive than when you have a rigid body that you render. So be a bit more wary with trying accounts for avatars, but even here you don't need to go so low that you see some kind of low poly image. So it can be like here, be all round and look realistic. So and then when you develop a scenario, you of course need content. You need like you have seen this EEG chamber. In that case, I modeled the scene and also made textures and so on. But you don't need to do that. You have stores where you can buy or purchase assets like on the Unity asset store on the Unreal Marketplace. And what I want to mention here is no one is forbidding you, for example, to use something you bought for Unreal Engine to use it in Unity. And in my experience, the Unreal Marketplace has a way higher quality assets than Unity. So I don't know the licensing from Unity if you can use that in Unreal, but the other way around is definitely possible because I do that constantly. But so, and then one thing, I often in papers, I have the feeling when I see virtual environments, I think, okay, this environment is really big. Why do they do that so big? So the bigger your environment is, the more stuff you need to put into it to make it realistic. Otherwise, you have a huge empty space. But the more things you have in your scene, of course, the more you have to calculate. So it will degrade your performance. And one thing, of course, is you measure a real room and you create a virtual room, and then you get realistic scale. But a more intuitive way is, so what I always did in the first environment that I developed was, I started with walls, like in the real world. You make a house or you make walls, and then you put stuff into this. But in VR, don't do this. First, put something that is scaled appropriately to the real world, and that gives you a sense of scale. So then you would see that this plane here is quite huge for a living room, so it could be way smaller. So just put some objects in your scene. It can be deleted later. It just needs to be something that gives you real world relevance, real world scale. So an idea of scale. And then you put your scenes together. So like you get models, you model themselves, you get them from the asset store. So then when you want to have realism, of course we need to define also how the surface reflects to light, responds to light. And this is done with so-called physically based rendering, where we have different features that we can manipulate of the surface and define how light is reflected. Like you can define how shiny, how specular the surface is, or the roughness, or if it's metal or not. And what you see here is, for this sphere, there's always one value for the whole model. where you just say, okay, this wall is just has this roughness, it has this color. But if you want to go for realism, don't do it like that where you just set a value, but instead work with texture maps. So like here, when you have this chocolate center, this is basically our texture. We wrap around our model, and then we can, for example, have different colored areas on the model and not just one color. And also this could be done for the roughness, or some part could be a metal or not. And to give you an example here, this is, you want to make a sidewalk and you want to have some pavement stones. Here I applied a color map, which is the first map you apply, but there's not just one texture map that you use for your surfaces. There are more maps, and one example is the normal map, and this is something you should always, when you have normal maps, apply them. A normal map is essentially just a depth map, where you can tell, okay, this part is lower, this is higher, and you can create this fake depth. So this is still one plane, there is no geometric depth, but just applying this normal map greatly enhances the realism or the depth of it. And you get these kind of texture maps for free on, for example, Ambient CG. This is my to-go library. These are all completely free Creative Commons 0 assets. You don't need to an account. You just choose what you want to have, and then you can download different kind of maps to create these visuals. Like, for example, when you have this rusty metal, so you would have a map not just for the normals or for the color, but also for the roughness, where these rusted parts have a higher roughness than these not rusted parts, and so on. And in reality, we always have surfaces, always have imperfections, and we can only create these imperfections when we use texture maps and not when we just apply a plain color to a surface. And yeah, this is all free. It's super easy to implement. And really make use of it and use more texture maps. So in papers I often see really these super plain, smooth walls or floors, but reality is unfortunately quite messy and not like these standard virtual environments. And that I come to the last part, what I want to talk about today, and this is light. And when you want to improve your realism or the virtual scenarios in general, learn how to do light. It's unfortunately has a bit of a learning curve, but it's really worth it. It's not just that you get better visuals, but you also get the better performance when you do everything white. So it's a win-win situation, because light is really complex and difficult to calculate. And with current technology, for VR at least, so for desktop rendering, it's currently changing, but for VR, the only thing we can do in real time is something like here, what you see here. This is the so-called direct light. It's like you would use a flashlight and point it to the wall, and then you see a bright circle on the wall. But there is no reflection of the light, but light is more complex, so photons bounce around. So here, it would also, the parts which are not directly lit would be illuminated. But this is super complicated to calculate in real time. And so this is something we need to pre-calculate. We want to do it right. And this is so, to give you here an example how this would look like. In this chamber, there's just one spotlight from the ceiling, and this is just right in real time also. We just have light to the bottom, but you cannot see anything from the ceiling. With global illumination or this bounce lighting, it looks like that. And it's not just that it looks better, but also, okay, it was a bit fast. So and what we do for here is, again, we use with maps or with textures. So when you develop your scene, you just set up your light, and then you tell the computer, okay, now make textures with light and shadow, and you just put these textures on there. This is, as I said, it has a bit of a learning curve to do this light mapping, but it improves your visuals, but also your performance. So one thing you can see here, so this scene has, as you can see there, 56,000 triangles. If you go here to the scene with the real-time lighting, we have 130,000 triangles, so more than twice as much. And this is because when we calculate shadows, a shadow is not the absence of light in a real-time rendering, but we need to actively calculate shadows, and we need to calculate the whole geometry twice. Which is why when you bake your light, you would really improve here also the performance. And with that being said, I am a bit short of time. In the paper, this will be all way more detailed, and also here I just could make some examples. But yeah, actually, it would be great if we would have collections of environments that we could just freely use. The problem is when we use assets, for example, from the Unity asset store, we cannot share the raw files later. We could make a game out of it, sell it, but we cannot just share a texture or 3D model, which makes it also hard to share experiments after doing it, after conducting them. And here I created a project with currently 5 different virtual environments and uploaded them to GitLab, which are right now ready to use, can be downloaded, including this test chamber, or here the so-called visitors room from the confusion experiment I just presented, or the living room I've just seen, and maybe also a room that might be familiar, you're just sitting in that. So a replica of this environment, of this atrium here. And lastly, currently there's also something that is supposed to look like the Pantheon in Rome. And environment number 6 is in the works, and you can download these on GitLab. Just search for Event Lab, and then the project is called Open Environments, or currently, I don't know how long this link will work, but tinycc.vr summit, and you can download these environments. And this is all Creative Commons 0, so do whatever you want. You can make a game out of it, you can, whatever you want, there's no restriction at all. You can share all the files. And if there are some questions, just write me an email. And also, if you're interested in the paper, so I would let you know as soon as the preprint is out. When you want to read the guide, then just write me an email and I will let you know. And with that being said, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I mean, Michael will be around, so you can ask him questions. There was a little glitch in the program. I mean, Leon Kroczek will present tomorrow. I mean, our team is currently updating that. Now, there's a very important update. There's an awful coffee back there. There's a good coffee here in the corner, so the choice is yours. We'll make a 15 minutes break because there are 2 people waiting to start their online talks. And so 15 minutes, take your coffee, take the good one, and come back here. Thank you.
All right, folks, I know the coffee is awesome. If you want to start gathering closer here, we're about to start a new session. So if you can, join us in the seating space. And we'll start a session in just a second. All right. There'll be lots of cool stuff to see later too, but I recommend coming here so you can get a better close look at the session. We actually have 3 talks and a keynote, so it's all really exciting work, really exciting things, great speakers. I am Pedro Lopez, by the way. I'm not Sylvia Pan, as you can see. I wish I was her, but she got stuck in London, and so she's not here physically. But I know she already sent me something, so I know she's listening to us. So don't worry about that. Join us so we can get started with the talks. I don't know if our first speaker is already ready to kickstart and ready remotely, but the first talk is going to be from Gavin Buckingham. He's a professor at the University of Exeter in the UK, and he does really amazing work. He's kind of straddling between sports science, doing a lot of VR, lots of really crazy illusions and exciting work. I don't know exactly what he's going to present today, but immersive reality for quantifying upper limb movement in stroke survivors sounds like a really exciting topic. So I see that he's up on stage, so I'm going to leave the stage and leave you guys to hear what Gavin has to say. Gavin, take it away.
Hi, folks, and thanks for that introduction, Pedro. Really sad I couldn't be here today, but it's the start of term in the UK, so I'm getting to experience the unique double whammy of giving a research presentation at a conference and then giving a lecture immediately afterwards to a bunch of undergraduate students. So quite exciting to experience the full range of experiences that I get in a single day. But I will be sharing my screen now. All right, fabulous. Hopefully everyone can see the screen well enough and hear me okay. If not, someone just bellow into the microphone. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about some work that we've been doing over the last few years, really looking at immersive virtual reality, not just as a mechanism to engage people, but also to capture aspects of their behavior. And this has kind of really been a key theme that I've been moving forward with this here, that, you know, I'm interested in motion capture, I'm interested in doing lab-based research, but it's really hard to get people into the lab. If you can bring the lab to people, then we have a whole new wide world of research possibilities. So, virtual reality, obviously we would define this as interacting with a computer-generated environment, but I want to kind of keep the emphasis here on interactions, because that's really the key part of virtual reality in this context. And as far as I'm concerned, as a psychologist who's interested in how we use our hands to lift up objects, really I'm one of these people that feels that interacting is the thing that we do. All of our movements really are to underpin our ability to interact and manipulate our environment. And VR is this fantastic tool for science because it provides us not just with total control over environmental factors in fairly highly ecological valid tasks, such as you know, shown really nicely in Mikhail's previous presentation there, but the very nature of virtual reality captures fairly easy measurements of a lot of what we do. The position of the head is being measured, the position of the hands holding controllers, and even the positions of individual digits in the fingers are being measured and captured, as well as in some cases eye movements fairly precisely with you know, really high temporal and spatial resolution. And what I'm going to present here is some of the work that has been led by one of my PhD students, a guy called Jack Evans, who is a really talented student who sits right at the intersection of neuropsychology, cognitive science, and virtual reality development. He's a really skilled developer in Unity. He is funded by the EPSRC, one of the UK funding councils, with a focus on healthcare technologies. And his PhD, when he started it back in 2018, was focused on whether immersive virtual reality could be some kind of new way to help assess upper limb function in stroke survivors. So this is kind of the setup. It's taken a bit of a meandering path, but this is a sort of useful grounding, I think. So Currently in the UK, if you've had a stroke, your performance over time will be tracked by a clinician. You'll go into a clinic and a nurse or a doctor will perform a bunch of different tests on you. These are tests you might well have heard of: the Fugl-Meyer test, Action Arm Research Test, Wolf Motor Function Test. And these are pretty comprehensive, reliable, and validated tests, but they're a bit low tech, right? Really, we're sort of talking here about a questionnaire and someone asking the stroke survivor to hold out their arm, to lift up their arm, to twist their arm around, and these fairly functional things, and then scoring them on a scale of 0, 1, or 2. So this is kind of really all we've got to quantify the level of disability an individual has and their progress through various different types of rehabilitation. So obviously there's huge scope for pretty dramatic floor effects and for ceiling effects here, but perhaps more problematic is this lack of granularity, right? People could improve hugely, but this just wouldn't be picked up on their scores in any meaningful kind of way because it's not very precise. And this is where we thought virtual reality might sort of fill an interesting void here. Obviously, there's been a lot of work out there trying to use kinematic measurements, so using motion capture devices such as OptiTrack, OptiTrack, Vicon, the sorts of things that you would see in a typical biomechanics lab or my upper limb motion lab here. And these are useful, right? You can measure things very, very precisely, but the gap between what we can measure in the lab and the functional outcomes for an individual, it's huge, right? There's huge numbers of journal articles out there trying to find the magical task that we can measure in the lab and turn those numbers that we capture from our motion capture devices into something that has good face ecological validity for the sorts of things that stroke survivors really care about getting better at. It's also something that's really never going to be clinically applicable. It's got a complicated, convoluted setup. It's expensive to set up. There are never going to be motion capture laboratories in medical clinics. The difference between these two worlds is just too far apart. But maybe virtual reality can help us bridge that gap here. Virtual reality provides these sort of fairly cheap and high quality visuals alongside fairly accurate tracking. So it's not as good as a motion capture laboratory, but it's pretty good. Certainly good enough to immerse people in these virtual worlds. And it's, customizable and adaptive. So it can be created as a sort of single package that can be branched out for children, for older people, for people of any different generation, or indeed to track someone's performance across time. So what would we do in virtual reality to try to capture someone's performance? We spent quite a lot of time messing around with maybe looking at some sort of box and block task or something like that in virtual reality. But what we settled on actually was a circle drawing task. Because circle drawing, it's a simple task, right? And being able to explain what you want to someone to do fairly simply is a really important part. If you're not in the virtual reality environment with them, you need to be able to articulate what you want. It's something that captures multi-joint coordination. To draw a circle, you need to be using feedback, feed-forward mechanisms, controlling the proximal and distal musculature in the arms. It also has been shown to correlate well with upper limb function in stroke survivors already. And maybe most importantly, it's a fun task, right? We've all tried to draw the perfect circle before. It's a pretty engaging thing to people to want to try and do. Right, so this was the plan. We developed this task and bring in some stroke survivors and let them experience this stuff. But then 2020 rolled around and the pandemic smushed everyone's big ambitions to be doing really interesting lab-based work. And certainly working with clinical populations was not at all feasible. But this time in all of our lives did coincide really conveniently with this glut of people owning a virtual reality headset all of a sudden. It went from being a niche technology you'd find in a very few rich person houses to 10 million estimated Oculus and then Meta Quest 2 headset users floating all around the world. And this all of a sudden opened up the door to the possibility of remote data collection. We don't need to be bringing people into the lab to put a VR headset on them. There's 10 million people out there who have a VR headset of their own, and all we need to do is send the experiment this way. I mean, I'm sort of preaching to the converted here. I think half the people in this room had the same idea in 2020, and there was a lovely online repository of experiments that we all took part in. I'm almost certain I'm talking to 7 or 8 of my participants at the moment. We were not comfortable with the idea of working with stroke survivors in a remote setting. I think that even if we did have stroke survivors who did have a VR headset, which we felt would be a fairly unlikely proposition, we certainly didn't like the idea of putting someone in a visually deprived environment for an experimental context. So we stepped away from that entirely and just sort of went more for a proof of principle idea, figuring that, well, individuals all have dominant and non-dominant hands, and if we can capture the differences between how well they perform with their dominant hand and their non-dominant hand, well, that's actually a pretty good indication that we're going to be having some really fine-grained granular measurements that are going to capture what we'd want to see when we eventually are able to take this into a more clinical population. So we advertised this study, put it online. My plans and expectations of us being able to collect data from 1,000 people were quickly dashed. And we ended up struggling to recruit 47 participants. Again, thank you if you took part in this experiment, and this all looks very familiar to you. So we had people download this custom-made circle tracer app onto their Meta 2 headset. And this provided the consent information to participants, and a little demonstration video allowed them to meet the team in this very nicely created space environment that Jack had created here. Something that was, we had to work really hard to make this a pleasant place to be in, a cool sort of environment, because otherwise you're just going to take your headset off and play Beat Saber or something like that instead. We gave people video instructions, practice trials, and then 16 trials per hand of drawing circles in this horizontal plane in a sort of interleaved fashion. So some trials they're drawing with their dominant hand, some trials they're drawing with their non-dominant hand, and they were drawing clockwise and counterclockwise in this kind of way. So all of the biomechanics were pretty well matched up. The kinematic data was automatically shipped back to a server in Jack's house, which was a complicated process from not just a technical but also an ethical perspective, but we got there in the end. And this yielded 37 complete data sets that were recorded at about 70 hertz apiece. We ended up having 33 right-handed individuals and 4 left-handed individuals. And we were able to derive a bunch of dependent variables from the position data that was collected here. We calculated the average velocity of the circle, the time it took to draw the circle, and the roundness of the circle, which is complicated to quantify, it turns out. We thought that was quite a simple thing beforehand, but it turns out there's a lot of people arguing on Wikipedia about the best way to calculate the roundness of a circle. However, we settled on a method. We averaged across those 16 trials for each of the hands so that we could see whether people drew circles in VR better with their dominant hand than their non-dominant hand. And what we found is that both hands were equally accurate in terms of how circular those circles were on average. There was really no difference here between, how well they were doing with their dominant and non-dominant hand. But people were drawing faster with their dominant hand. Their dominant hand was slightly faster than their non-dominant hand. So we find this evidence of quite an interesting speed-accuracy trade-off in terms of how people performed this task. But, we weren't really interested in understanding how people draw circles with their dominant and non-dominant hand. That was not the point of this study. This was really just to see if we could capture these fairly subtle differences in this remote context. And we could, right? But it certainly wasn't perfect, and I wouldn't want to give that impression. We had a very high dropout rate, so out of our 47 people who consented, we only got 37 complete data sets. And a lot of people downloaded the app who never gave us data in the first place, either because they didn't enjoy the experience much, or they got frustrated, or thought this was a stupid thing to do. The sorts of stuff you don't really have in the lab. It's also a very high bar to entry, right? I mean, even though there's 10 million VR headsets out there, well, we all know the demographics of those VR headsets users. So, we have a pretty homogeneous sample, although whether it's going to be any worse than we'd see in the lab in the southwest of England is hard to say. The data quality was also very variable. We have been doing some tests and stuff like that, but clearly the lighting in the room and the setup people have huge impacts on how well they perform and stuff like that. And you can see just some different examples here of a nicely collected set of data here with nice smooth velocity profiles compared to this sort of data with this huge jaggedy noise and stuff like that. And we had to come up with some pretty robust inclusion and exclusion criteria for trials where we just were not comfortable filtering it into something smooth and sensible looking. But the task does seem viable, and what Jack has been doing now over the last couple of years has been co-developing this task with stroke survivors, making it better, getting in the lab with people, finding out whether they enjoy the task, whether it seems sensible to them. And we have a feasibility study on this coming soon with a bunch of data that he has collected in the lab and hopefully in the clinic as well. Now, just before I finish as well, I want to sort of chat a little bit about some of the other directions we've been taking this in, because from this circle drawing task, we've really spun this off into a whole load of different directions. Mohammed Al-Rashidi, another PhD in my lab who's recently submitted and defended his PhD, has been working with children who have cerebral palsy and has now done this circle drawing task in a bunch of typically developing children and in children with upper limb dysfunction from cerebral palsy, and found really beautiful looking correlations between how round the circles that these kids draw are and their performance on the box and block test, a standardized clinical assessment of someone's upper limb motor performance. So some really encouraging results there for how this circle drawing task might fit into the bigger diagnostic ecosystem. But even more exciting than that is some of the work that another master's student in our cohort, Jyoti Gupta, who is a physiotherapist from India, she took a VR headset back to India with her over the summer months and collected data from 60 different children across various different schools in India from a range of different demographics, the sorts of things that you would just not possibly get data from in a typical lab-based context. Now, a lot of this data, of course, is pretty disastrous because it's been collected in this slightly ad hoc kind of way outside of lab and really very, very far from ideal data collection conditions, but really exciting just to show that this thing is possible. And the last thing I want to chat about today is just to flag up some of the amazing work that's been done by Haoyang Du, who was a research assistant in my lab, who was hired by the Waterloo Foundation to develop a movement assessment for dyspraxic children. And this is work that's coming soon, but I thought it was cool enough now that I have some good videos to show you all of this. It's a battery of tests designed to assess the movement abilities, replicating the sort of thing that we see in lab-based assessments that, again, are all pencil, paper, and fairly clunky, but here providing fine-grained kinematic data. And I'm really sort of excited for the future here when we can, start taking on some of this mixed reality stuff that is becoming, for me, the really interesting part, solving a whole bunch of all the safety issues of people falling over and bumping into walls. And, we can sort of start to see the consumer gaming market here capturing a lot of the things that we would hope to capture here. And, if you're able to get movement kinematics and performance metrics from tasks like this alongside the more sensible measures of performance, well, there's some really exciting possibilities there. All right, well, thank you very much for listening. I gather we're not going to do any Q&A today, but I'm really enjoying watching along online. So yeah, thank you very much for listening, everybody.
Thanks, Gavin. That was great to see VR not just being an entertainment tool, but both an entertainment tool and an assessment tool, a diagnostics tool. Really exciting work, and we're really happy that you could join us remotely. Next, we're going to hear from Tanos Frovopoulos. He's actually going to join us from the IST Lisbon, where he's a professor, assistant professor in bioengineering at the University of Lisbon and the IST, which is where 15 years ago I tried VR for the first time when I was an undergraduate. It was exactly at that lab, exactly at that school. So for me, it's kind of special to be hearing from Tanos. He does a lot of work on brain-computer interfaces, EEG, that kind of setup, both in virtual reality, training, robotics, and much more. But today he's going to be talking about how these brain-computer interfaces can help us into the training part of VR, how to be more embodied in the training. So if he's ready, we could put him up on the screen and hear from Tanos. Not yet? Okay, we'll give it just a second as they figure out how to virtually transform him into the screen. I did get a gesture that it seemed promising. So hopefully
Hello?
that's good. There we go. Awesome. Thanos, take it
Hello,
away.
good morning. Thank you so much. It is great to be back, this time online. Unfortunately, again, like Gavin, I'm between classes. It will be awesome if I was there to meet with all you guys and talk about VR work. Nonetheless, we'll talk today. I tried to shrink this talk in 15 minutes and again talk about our work in brain-computer interfacing and neurorehabilitation and how we actually utilize virtual reality in order to augment brain-computer interfacing. Since it's a VR venue, I would like to start first maybe with a brief introduction on what I mean by brain-computer interfaces. And what I mean specifically is non-invasive electroencephalography-based brain-computer interfaces, which is basically overall a technology that involves the communication between the brain and the external devices. So we basically bypass the central nervous system and we can issue commands to external systems. Now, BCIs in rehabilitation, they actually help restore motor function. We have more than 10 years of evidence concerning the impact of restorative BCIs in rehabilitation. They actually help to promote neuroplastic changes to patients' brain. And obviously, especially for patients, they don't have active movement to interact physically with a virtual environment. They help actually to be focused in repetitive tasks. And being a closed loop system, it actually helps provide feedback to the patients, and it actually helps closing what we say the intention action perception loop, which is affected after stroke. Now, when using a BCI, the patient basically is attempting or imagining a movement, and we capture this intention through the electroencephalographic signals, and then we decode this activity and we in real time. And these motor intention or imagery, it actually induces some rhythmic activities over the sensory motor cortices of the patient. And this activity, we usually call it the alpha or the beta event-related desynchronization. And this modulation of the sensory motor rhythms, they actually have been shown to correlate with the actual motor recovery of the patient.
Can you hear us? Thanos, can you hear us? Sorry. I don't know if you have your slides shared. Do you want to share them?
Oops, I'm sorry. I thought it was
awesome. Yeah,
sorry.
we knew you were saying something really visually interesting, so weren't sure.
I apologize for that. Okay, can you see it now? Okay. All right. So maybe I go a step back. Again, I would like to introduce this interface loop. And here is where I was describing the modulation of the sensory motor rhythms and how we detect this activity and we feed it back to the system. And this closed neurofeedback loop has been actually shown by training this specific sensory motor activity to show actually, it has been shown to improve the motor recovery in patients. Now, there's a set of current limitations where we actually the training and the calibration, it requires extensive actually training and calibration to patients. So in typical cases, it might take more than a month for a patient to master the interface, to be able to control in a modest accuracy the BCI. In the latest literature review, we found that the online detection of the online performance of BCIs is around 75% for two-class classification problem in patients. Similarly, it's not different than healthy participants. And the way I see this is equally bad for both demographics. Now, patients and typically users, when using a BCI, they have this prolonged use of these BCIs and the training with a BCI and using this electroencephalographic equipment. It can be mentally exhausting, which results also in poor performance. Moreover, the feedback design that is typically used in restorative BCI is not as engaging. Then we know, like, poorly designed can usually hinder the skill acquisition. Now, our goal and what we'll be presenting here is how we can actually utilize, how we can enhance the human skill acquisition in BCI training by utilizing immersive virtual reality. So why VR is important in rehabilitation, you've heard also from the previous talks, but it's important to highlight that with VR we are able to induce this illusion of embodiment or virtual embodiment, where we try to trick the brain that the virtual body is part of the physical body, and providing these stimulations is a very powerful tool on inducing brain activity in the virtual environment. That it's really close and similar to the physical environment, as opposed compared to the abstract stimulations that we have in your feedback paradigm with simple bars and arrows. Now, in rehabilitation, is really important where we actually guide the patient and provide this repetitive training, where we actually try to reduce the chances of like the malplasticity, to help the patient not to learn the wrong way, basically. So here's an example of the hand of a patient suffering from spasticity. So they don't have a volitional control of their muscles and their hand. And on the right hand side, you can the virtual representation of the hand. Well, now in VR, they can actually perform this flexion and extension movements, where they are directly controlled by the BCI, as in the physical world they weren't able to perform this task. Now, VR, of course, improves and increases the ecological validity, which is really important in rehabilitation, where we want to simulate tasks of the everyday life, where it's quite important because we want to transfer these skills to the real world. All of these components, we've seen that obviously they have been shown to play an important role in rehabilitation, and therefore we bring all these properties to the BCI domain. Now, we started a few years back, now almost more than 10 years, that we tried to design a new paradigm for this upper limb training using a BCI, where we try to have this sensory integration in combining the visual, auditory, and haptic feedback. We try to increase, of course, the ecological validity by having a real-world task. In this case, is rowing, training movements of the patient, and we try to have motivational mechanisms, including scores, level progression, so we can potentially increase the adherence to the task. Now, one of the first things that we saw in healthy participants is that we could actually increase their classification accuracy, the performance with the BCI, by only changing the way we stimulate them, by only introducing the VR training as opposed to non-VR training with abstract feedback. Now, we didn't change anything on the signal processing or the feature extraction methods. We only changed the way we delivered the feedback. And by introducing this embodied feedback in the first-person perspective, it really helped. Also, it reflected this change into the classification performance, which means we help the participant induce brain activity that is more clear and more distinct and more consistent over time, that it helps in return the machine learning layer to distinguish these patterns, and that results in a better classification accuracy. Now, in terms of the EEG activity, what is actually happening in terms of the sensory motor rhythms when we introduce the VR feedback, we've been able to see, and this is the work of my student Diogo, that by actually using the head-mounted VR for delivering the training, including the haptic feedback, results to we can induce a stronger sensory motor patterns. That is not only this happens in all VRs and in all cases where we deliver the feedback in the first-person perspective with a virtual body. And here you can see compared to, I don't have a laser pointer, but compared to the on the left, the abstract feedback, the VR feedback is closer to the actual motor execution, the activity of the brain during motor execution, the one on the right. So we've been able to see that not only we can induce stronger sensory motor patterns, but they're also closer to the actual motor execution. Now we went a step further, and we wanted to see, given the limitations that we have with the EEG, we wanted to see in a higher spatial resolution what is the impact through fMRI, what is actually happening in the brain with a higher spatial resolution. And this is the work of my student Joao, where he actually compared again the abstract feedback versus the embodied feedback. It was delivered not in a head-mounted display, but it was a coil-mounted display inside the fMRI scanner. It wasn't as immersive as you can imagine as a typical head-mounted display. Nonetheless, the fact that we delivered the embodied feedback in a first-person perspective really helped the participants elicit stronger cortical activation, as we've seen through the BOLT signal. So far, we've been able to see all of these years, we've seen the impact of the embodied feedback delivered through VR in terms of the classification accuracy and the brain activity, both in EEG and fMRI. But one of our questions was, and actually this was the question of my student Katerina, where most of the studies that we've seen and most of the studies that we've performed, we assessed the sense of embodiment and after the task. So we haven't actually primed the subjects before interacting with a virtual body and doing the BCI training. So we don't know if they are embodied or not before even starting the training. So we hypothesized and we said, let's try to create these conditions where we first embodied the participants and then they do the BCI training in the virtual environment. And then we recruited two groups, a group that it was actually performing an embodiment phase where we integrated all these visual proprioceptive triggers where the virtual body matched the gender and it was rendered from a first-person perspective. We had the visual motor triggers where the virtual body was moving in synchrony with their own body movements. And finally, we had the visual tactile triggers where the hand illusion was introduced through the synchronous paintbrush stroke on their dominant hand. And then the second group, about the non-embodiment group, we just reversed everything, where on terms of the visual proprioceptive triggers, we had the third-person perspective. The body movement was actually uncorrelated with the actual physical movement, and there was asynchronous paintbrush stroke on the opposite hand. After those two groups were exposed to these conditions, then they ran the typical motor imagery training in a first-person perspective and the virtual body. Now, in terms of inducing the illusion of embodiment, it was successful. So we know both groups were able, in one group we were able to embody it, and the other group we were able to disembody it from the virtual avatar. And we've seen this through the avatar embodiment questionnaire, through Peck and Gonzalez-Franco from 2021. And we had two studies. In the first study that was run by Katerina, we had, it was a between group analysis. But because we have this within subject variability, and we wanted to actually repeat this study and increase the sample size, having within subject design. And we ended up having a sample of 28 healthy participants per group. Now, our initial hypothesis was that though the group that will be embodied in the virtual avatar will perform better in the actual BCI. Nonetheless, that wasn't the case. And what we were actually able to see in terms of the induced EEG activity of the sensory motor rhythm patterns, there were no significant differences between the two groups. So both groups were able to modulate their EEG activity equally. And lateralized the same way. And also in terms of the classification accuracy, both groups performed almost the same. So there were no significant differences in terms of the classification accuracy, which was really interesting to see. And what we hypothesized this means actually that the embodied feedback training, as we see from the previous studies, is sufficient, is enough to induce the strong and lateralized SMR patterns and group classification accuracy. So we can harness the benefits of embodied VR already during the BCI training when we stimulate the subject. And there is no prior embodiment priming phase, like a priming phase that we can embody the subject to the virtual body before they do the BCI training. So this is interesting for us and quite positive, because imagine when we want to transfer this training into the hospital environment, imagine that it will be really difficult to prime a stroke patient that they lack volitional motor activity to be embodied with a virtual avatar before starting the actual BCI training. Now I will finish maybe with a pilot that we run with a patient using our virtual reality BCI paradigm. And that involved a 4 weeks training of a patient. And before the BCI VR training, the patient, of course, was assessed through clinical skills. And we also ran fMRI brain imaging, where he actually had to perform the same task with a coil mounted display inside the fMRI scanner. So we see the activation in the highest pressure resolution. After 4 weeks of the training, then we did the follow-up assessment, where we actually, again, we assessed for the clinical skills and the brain imaging. Now, in terms of the clinical skills, we were able to see that there was a big improvement pre and post intervention. It was above the clinically significant important scale. And this difference was actually sustained after the intervention. Now, because it was a case study, we wanted to see where this improvement in terms of the clinical scale is a Fugl-Meyer scale, it's an upper limb disability scale, is actually compared to the other studies that they used BCI groups and control groups. We've seen that it's quite high. So we've seen that we were able to induce these changes quite significantly. And nonetheless, what we see here in terms of clinical skills, it was also where we, before the actual BCI VR intervention, we see no significant activation inside the scanner, and then during, again, the same training task. As after the training, we see recruitment of the primary motor and supplementary motor areas. And this activation was also sustained during the follow-up scan. So we see that we have induced permanent changes on the patient's brain. So to wrap it up, some take-home messages on what we currently see in our research when we integrated VR in the BCI training. We've seen that by having embodied VR feedback, we were able to induce, we've seen changes in brain activity compared to the non-embodied VR conditions, the typical BCI training, in both EEG and fMRI brain signals. We've seen also differences in terms of BCI performance, this is quite interesting. It's only by changing the way that we stimulate the subject, by utilizing the very powerful properties of VR and inducing the illusions in VR, we see that we help participants induce brain activity that is more easily discriminated by the machine learning layer. We help them induce more clear features. And of course, this was also reflected in terms of the perceived user experience. There are people and patients that are more inclined on using a gamified version of their training task than doing a very simple and boring BCI linear feedback task with just simple bars and arrows. We've seen so far that the visual integration, not only the embodied feedback, but delivering the feedback patient through visual, auditory, and haptic feedback actually yielded the best results in the BCI training. So this is the best combination that we can have in a VR setup. And finally, the embodied training in VR doesn't require prior embodiment phase. So we don't have to embody the subject to the virtual avatar before they do the BCI training. By delivering the feedback, the training feedback with embodied VR in first-person perspective is sufficient to induce strong sensory motor rhythms and result in good BCI performance, which is excellent because then when taking this technology to the clinic, we don't have to put patients patients that they have no active movement to perform embodiment phases before the training. And so far we have, this is an ongoing study with patients with clinics that we're collaborating, but we see that embodied VR feedback with BCI, we're able to drive motor network recovery in severe cases of stroke patients, especially those that they are on the chronic phase and they have reached a plateau in terms of their clinical progression. So I will wrap it up here. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I will be happy to answer. I know that we have any questions. I will be happy to answer any questions through emails. So thank you so much.
Much. It's really cool to see confirming this power of embodiment of VR in lots of different brain-computer interfaces techniques, from EEG to fMRI and many, many things. We're not doing the questions as Art mentioned earlier, sort of a tradition to go talk to the speaker, but in this case it's a little bit more complicated because you would have to travel to Lisbon, which I would highly recommend because that's where I'm from. So, you know, just tourism publicity right here. But yeah, do send an email to Thanos if there's something that you want to chat about or something that you liked. Now, our next speaker is Vladimir, and I just want to say he's actually here in Bochum, although he's going to be streaming from over there from the makerspace. If you are listening to us over the stream, we're going to pause the stream just for a second because Vladimir is going to talk about some secret things. And so, but I highly recommend that if you're watching us from the stream, stick around because right after Vladimir Puhalek is Anthony Steed's keynote, and you don't want to miss that. So stay around. Vladimir is actually a founder of a company called Doob. They do all kinds of expertise from 3D printing to 3D scanning, and of course, then you take those two and you go into the digital representations, which is in VR. So I'm really excited to hear from him, and I think we can already put Vladimir up on the screen, although the stream will pause. But again, don't disconnect your YouTube or streamer. Join us for Anthony Steed's keynote. And yeah, he's streaming from just over there. So I think, yeah, he's on the screen. Vladimir, take it away. We can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't be there in the physical world due to a few technical constraints as I wanted to
by Anthony Steed. He's a professor at University College London. He's the hardest person to introduce because I'm a big fan of his work, so I don't want to be all giggly and stuff, but I kind of am. And Anthony's work is really, really, really foundational to virtual reality research, to virtual reality companies, to all the stuff you've seen today. If you were paying attention to some of the earlier talks today, his name was on the screen when we were talking about presence. Those papers by Mel Slater were co-authored by Anthony, so his name is all around over the virtual reality. He's going to give us a technical perspective on virtual reality, metaverse, and social VR. So I'm really excited to hear, and I just want to welcome Anthony on stage. Take it away, Anthony. Thank you.
Hello, so while I'm waiting for slides to come up, I'm Anthony Steed. I'm from University College London, and I have a problem, which is I've been working on virtual reality for about 30 years. So I got started in this area in the early 90s. And for those who are much younger than that, there was, of course, a big wave of VR back then. People were building head-mounted displays. We were building social VR back in the early to mid 1990s, but the hardware just wasn't there. So we had very good, vertically integrated applications in businesses like the car industry that could afford to build the displays and invest at the time. But obviously, for the consumer, it just wasn't there. Okay, so there are some precedents. So what I want to do today is fold in a little bit about why social VR is really interesting and what people mean technically when they say they were going to have metaverses. So all of these things on the left have been called metaverses, and to some extent they're not wrong. So I've spent a lot of time in all of these apart from two. So the two I haven't spent a lot of time in is SimNet, because that's a military simulator network, and Habitat, because that's older than I am. So I didn't get a chance to try that. That's a 2D sort of online virtual world that you can join. So all of the others I've been in, or at least tried once. Some of them are still around, right? So MUDs, which are text-based metaverse-style systems, are still there. You can log into many of them. I spent a lot of time as an undergraduate when I was supposed to be revising for my exams, playing in something called ABBAMUD, which was a text adventure. But the thing which is interesting is that when we talk about metaverses now, MUDs had some of those features. There was user-generated content. There were people with different roles, like wizards and game masters. There were games, right? And people would play these things for a very long time. So I don't want to dwell on them all because they're all slightly different technically. But I will just plug once. I might slip in another plug for this. I wrote a book about 10 years ago about how these things are built at the sort of networking layer. So what is actually involved in that? And I'll relay a couple of those points in the remainder of this talk. So the key thing when we move from social VR to a metaverse is that you will move between different levels of awareness of people. So social VR, as was just shown by Vladimir and was shown by other people, is very much focused about being there with somebody in a simulation of a real environment. And I'll get into in a second why that's interesting as a medium. But when we talk about very large-scale systems like MUDs or like, say, something as early as Quake, there's a mechanism for you to go and meet these people. And that's where all the hand-waving happens these days. So if I want to meet somebody in a social VR, it usually involves several rounds of negotiation over email, Slack, Discord, or all these types of things. So when people talk about cracking the sort of metaverse problem, it's really about how we find each other. Okay, it's how I find you, how we agree where to go, and how we navigate the universe of different experiences we could have. So one technical stance to take is that the metaverse is the sum of all of these systems that have gone before, and it's just a case of selecting the right environment or the right piece of software to run. So on this slide, we'll see that as you progress from sort of real-time social VR down the sort of secondary awareness, tertiary, and then start to talk about diverse, interactive and editing capabilities, publishing and persistence, access, governance, and ownership, these things get more metaversy. So, but first of all, a quick interlude, which I inserted after listening to the earlier talks, especially Christian's first talk, which was, why is social VR interesting as a medium? So why the focus on sort of full-body avatars like we saw with Vladimir's last talk, and what's the relationship to the neuroscience? So I'm a very technical person, so my first degree was actually in maths, and I thought virtual reality was just a case of getting the graphics right, which is how I got into it. But very quickly you encounter these issues of, say, body ownership, and interpretation of that. So we have done lots of work on body ownership in my team, and we have several interesting results that I could point you at. But here's a nice demonstration of some of the impacts. So the impact of this is not that you lose your head. So for those of you who have implemented this thing, the reason that there's two screens, and on the left, the avatar in green is missing its head, and on the left, the avatar in pink is missing its head, is just because you don't render the head of your own avatar, because then you tend to see the inside of the eyeballs and other sort of freaky things. But this is the situation. It's a two-person trial where the people are collaborating on solving tasks. And the task is really simple. It's to solve jigsaw puzzles on a table. Now, the important thing is that you can move around the table and pick things up and move them, right? So you're using your body, you're using your hands to pick things up. You can see, if you look closely, the Vive controllers that you might see in the experience. And you have to solve a puzzle, and you can do this puzzle jointly together, or you can compete to solve it. So in this study, where you compared people doing it in virtual reality to people doing it in the real world, so the quick question is, are these two people competing to solve the puzzle, or are they collaborating? Okay, and you can tell from their body language and their situation with respect to the objects in the world that these two people are collaborating. And when I lecture on this to my students, we spend about 5 minutes looking at this picture and going, well, they're stood shoulder to shoulder. They're obviously showing things to each other. They're obviously being able to look at the same thing. And these two people are obviously competing in the real world. So they are using, so there are many signals in this. My favorite is this one, which is English. I don't know how well this gesture translates to I'm not really looking at you, right? Because I can do this very quickly, in which case I'm not looking at you. So it's a sort of very quick sort of gesture to not let you see my eyes. And the woman on the left is shielding information with her body. Okay, so she is using, in the real world, she's positioned herself between the information which is on the table and her competitor. Now, the reason this is interesting, because if you think back to all those points made earlier about embodiment, the point I want to make is that the body is a resource. It's not just that you get embodied and you feel as if you're there. The body is then a resource for interaction. It's a resource for interaction with objects, because you can see yourself, you can pick things up and move them, but it's also a resource for collaboration in that it means things to other people, not just what I look like, but what I'm doing with my body. And delightfully, we see the same thing happen in virtual reality, which is the point of this study, which we've now followed up, is that you can see evidence that despite us not telling them that they can do this type of thing, that people in these embodied avatars start to use their body in a way which is communicative. And in this case, it's hiding information. So virtually hiding the jigsaw pieces on the table to stop the other person in virtual reality seeing that information. Okay, so that's a great, so I think that's a great motivation for why to study the social situation. If we were going to focus just on the social VR, I would point out that this might mean that these systems are more accessible, for example, because you don't need to tell anybody how to use them, that this social information is coming across inadvertently or explicitly. This information is there. And of course, to speak to the panel coming up after lunch, of course, this is only if you have a very faithful representation of the situation, and there's all sorts of ways that I could subvert this. So, for example, with just looking at this picture, what happens if I have the ability to make all avatars transparent? Right? You may know that this is a real problem in online games today, right? That people fiddle with the graphics to improve their stats on games. And there's a lot of money in this. You can buy hacks to play first-person shooter games with advantages. So we might envisage that, although I think I'm obscuring data with my avatar, I'm not really, because I've got see-through X-ray vision in VR. Anyway, that's for later. But the research questions that, again, other speakers have alluded to now is what should the users, there's a whole host of them. What should the users look like? How should we build the software? How do we deal with things like latency? What controls do the users want? How will users move between different environments and different software? And how do we control access rights and so on? And I'll come back and talk about, I'm going to talk now about what research has been done in these areas and how it links to metaverses, and right at the end, I'll come back and talk about our own contribution to this, which is a software platform we invite you to come and build things with. Okay, so the key thing to point out, there's quite a lot of sections to that, but they're all going to be rather quick, is that when you come to build a metaverse, you end up with a lot of services. So there is a lot of work at the moment that's sort of focusing on how to build, say, use, for example, and not specifically to criticize this, but say blockchain for storing virtual worlds. So that's an attractive opinion or a technical stance. It comes with some downsides, but also land ownership is one tiny piece of the puzzle when it comes to making a sort of online virtual metaverse style system. So I can recommend this paper, which is from which I've taken this picture, which is a sort of server architecture for Second Life, which has been mentioned already. Second Life is well worth studying. Not that it's going to take out, not that it's very modern in some ways, but just the sheer range of services that it provides. There are, of course, real-time services because we need to talk to each other. There are land services because you can build land. But there's also currency. There is avatar hosting. So there's all these types of different services. I'm not going to talk about the boxes because they can all be replicated. One of the most interesting things about Second Life is that it was copied. Right? So it was made open because so many people had invested so much money in it that hackers started looking at it to steal assets. The protocols were reverse engineered, and then the server backend was made open, and you can build your own servers for Second Life style clients under something called Open Simulator. Okay, so very complicated, but pointing out the types of feature you might need in a metaverse system. And yes, we'll skip that. So the key thing though is that no one architecture fits all the pieces of software we might have. And this is a direct critique, was that most metaverse companies out there that are sort of, a lot of metaverse companies out there are trying to sort of control some piece of the system, such as land ownership, such as avatars, such as naming, so resource discovery, or governance, so to insert themselves somewhere in the chain of control of these systems. So be careful. I'm going to publicize our platform later and say it's open source, so none of these problems attached to it, but there are lots of things to worry about when you adopt a piece of software. Okay, so the next thing to talk about very briefly again is the internet. Social VR and metaverses are unique. real-time graphics applications are not standard networking applications. So I give talks to technical developers about this. Unlike audio-video streaming, networking is not the main client-side activity, right? So Teams and Zoom are optimized to use your laptop efficiently. But if your Quest is doing 95% of its activity just to get the graphics on the screen, you don't have any time left for networking. You can't do a lot of it, right? So some information changes very quickly and smoothly, like player locations. Some information is very important, score, kills, avatar representations, and not. Some is not. And the internet is not built for this, right? So it's built for bulk transfer of large assets and real-time video streaming. And if everybody's talking to everybody else, it sort of struggles to cope. In particular, you can't reserve bandwidth, right? So this is a current problem for those of us who've built these things in anger. Sometimes you want, if a client comes to you or a partner comes to you and says, I really want this to work today in Bochum at 11 o'clock in the morning, can I reserve the bandwidth? No, I just have to, put my finger in the air and see if it works, and then maybe move network if it doesn't work, right? So that's the life we exist. So it used to be better than that, right? So we used to have to buy lines and rent them in the early days, but we don't do that anymore. And then the key point, without going through absolutely everything, is that the internet wasn't built to deliver synchronous experiences. So the experiences we have at the moment in social VR are often based on servers, which are often quite remote from us, so the latency is quite high. And that's as almost engineering around the fact that the internet isn't really built to deliver synchronous experience. So some people do try and develop on this to make the experience better. Okay, so underneath the hood on most sophisticated social VR systems, there is something dealing with latency and internet issues, but there's no one-size-fits-all solution. Okay, so to talk a little bit about the current state, every platform is different. So this is I want to highlight a piece of work that we did a couple of years ago. There are all sorts of user interface issues. This is me in various VR systems. Points if you can tell me which each one is afterwards in the lunch. If you get them all right, there's no prizes. The key thing though is these are all the one on the right I hate. This is my avatar made up for. I was invited to give a talk remotely in a conference. But unknowns to me, I had to go to wardrobe first. And they chose an avatar for me, and it's got hair, right? Whereas the other two haven't, right? So these two platforms, I've put these pictures up because I cannot have hair, so I can look more like myself. So there's a lot of platforms out there. Some of them change, some of them are coming on, and I do like this work. It's only preliminary, but it's done by a master's student during her work at UCL, which is sort of doing trying to figure out how do you compare these platforms, how do you do usability across them. So that's quite good fun, and it reveals certain things. So of course Mozilla Hubs is now an open source project just called Hubs, because Mozilla have not supporting it anymore. And if I ask you which of these two avatars is interacting with that Earth model, you might infer it's the closest, but it's actually the furthest away, right? So in that particular system, we uncovered this sort of problem with the attribution of action to different avatars. So that's quite nice finding. Okay, so the key lesson from that part is that platforms vary a lot, and there's a very open area for novel design once you have a working system. Simple problems such as privacy bubbles even, for example, are still not worked out, right? So most of these platforms have a privacy bubble so that you can't get too close. There's just a whole PhD for somebody in figuring out how those should work properly and how to moderate how close people can get to you, right? It's a key problem, but every platform's been reinventing it, essentially, from scratch. And there's a general problem of bridging between what I highlighted as secondary and tertiary awareness. That's really how do we find each other, right? So how do we move as a group into a virtual world It can be very problematic, and not even Meta can solve that for us at the moment. Okay, right, so where to work now? There's all sorts of things you could do. I'll make these slides available afterwards, sort of what avatars, what interaction styles, what system, how to make these accessible, how to make them secure, what's the attack surface, how do we make a multi-corrode browser. And I'll skip on because I want to save some time for lunch. So hence Ubic, right. So Ubic is our social VR platform. So Ubic is a open source under an Apache license, sort of complete system for building social VR systems. So it looks very simple when you log in, and the reason I'm getting my phone out is because it works on everything. So this is a key feature that we have, which is that screen, you won't be able to see this, but is available in WebXR, right? So you can build in Unity, so Ubic is a Unity sort of package, but we support building to pretty much everything. So Quest, HoloLens for our sins, but WebXR being the big one. So that is, if anybody wants to have a go, this is just a web browser you can download the client from. So if you know anything about WebXR, you'll know that it has an AR mode, and then I can go in on my phone in AR in that space, walk around and meet other people. So it's just doing the scene tracking that you expect from mobile AR, and you can sort of do that on your phone. And we didn't manage to sort out how to show that with the laptop over here, so you can see it on the screen. So it's all open source, and the WebXR publishing is new. It's in GitHub. We haven't talked a lot about it because there's a couple of features that we would like to add before everybody starts using it. So that's a very simple world. This is a simple sort of Unity world where you can do something a bit like we just stole from Rec Room, which is you can join public rooms or make your own private rooms. The server is open source, right? So unlike some competing platforms, the client is open source and the server, it's just a node process. So that's connecting to a server in London. Works fine over 4G network from here to London. But you can run your own server, so that's important if you want to make these things secure, so that you know exactly where the service is running. And we do have an out-of-the-box how to run everything on a laptop, including the wireless network, so you can just run a bunch of people locally. It supports about 40 people on a laptop. And underneath it uses WebRTC. So like a lot of other clients, it sort of maxes out at about 25 people speaking at once. Okay, so we originally built this for doing student work. So this demo is online. You can just download the source code. It's highlighted on our webpage. This is a student piece of work where they built a demo with 2 scales of avatars. The thing you saw moving around is a sliding block maze, which actually makes a real maze you can run around in. So this is the students trying to get the lab demonstrators, my teaching assistants, stuck in a maze inside. And I would, anybody that's familiar with this, I defy you to think about how you would do avatars at 2 different scales in any of these platforms, because that is tricky. But anyway, if you're interested in that, or your students are interested in following it up, you can download the source code. We encourage our students to make their source code available on GitHub if they want. Okay, and then here's the type of thing that we do in the lab. This is a demo connecting Quest in AR mode, HoloLens in AR mode with Quest in VR mode. We do mixed reality as well, and that's my office. Can we do that again? Yeah, so that's my office at UCL. If you've ever used the HoloLens, my office does have windows, except the blinds are shut, because that makes the tracking a lot more reliable. So that's for the purposes of running an experiment. And this is something we've followed up with some submissions to some recent conferences about how do people understand mixed reality as a shared space when one person is in the real environment and one is in a virtual copy of it. Okay, so that's me wrapping up, I think. Done that very quickly. So you can download this at ubic.online, and you can email all of us at ubic cs.ucl. It's at the end as well. So things to discuss, and I'm happy to talk with people today or tomorrow about this. Is it just enabled by a smarter web browser? We support WebXR. I don't think it's a complete solution to the problem. The problem is not what the client uses to experience. So our WebXR runs inside the Quest's browser, right? So you can ship our multi-user experiments to anybody without them installing an app, right? Which is quite interesting, but it's still not a solution, right? Because there's something about running in the web browser, in particular the security model, which means that that's not a very general solution. It's interesting for us, but it's not a very general solution. Will a game engine win? Right, so should you invest in Unity? And the answer to that is probably the wrong level of abstraction, right? Will a new publishing engine win, right? So think about the history of 2D media, so Flash and things like that, right? So Adobe having tools that can build these things to publish. So Unity is a publishing engine as much as it is a real-time engine, right? It is a thing to publish content. So can it publish to something else? It's publishing to WebXR, right? So that's a little weird. Could it publish to other things? And can we think of the problem in the wrong way? So if I had another half an hour to rant, it would be that why are we building apps, right? Why are we building things that run and take over the whole screen? It's absurd, right? Don't get me started, right? It's a sort of thing which we don't do on Windows or Mac. It's something that we seem to have inherited from apps on mobile phones, which is unnecessary, right? So if I can run a VR app with an AR app alongside it, and we have a demo of that in UBEC I can talk about if you're interested, then it's one experience with two apps running at the same time. So what does that mean, right? So I have an interesting demo along that. Can we view multiple apps and somewhat similar to the window manager problem that we've had in Windows, because that's where accessibility happens on desktops, right? So everybody can fiddle with all the apps that are running, and there's just no same level of access to VR or AR at the moment. Okay, so to conclude and get us to lunch, the internet isn't really architected to support social VR and larger scale metaverses. If you think about the problem of having 1,000 people interacting, or even just something slightly, this conference with everybody in a social VR, you would struggle right now to do that. There's a lot of research to be done on multi-server architectures and sort of server-side routing. We won't dwell on that. There are many research questions about how your social VR is. We are directly trying to support this open source with UBIC to make sure that people can build their own, experiment with what they do, what features they do, how the avatars work, and so on. We hope to see lots more demos from people over the next few years. If we can help, that's great. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Anthony. That was fascinating. I mean, we should probably host the next year's VRS virtual version in UBIC. So guys, I have a quick announcement to make. I mean, there's a food truck outside. Those of you who are speakers, you should have gotten like coupons for the meals there. Everyone else, I mean, it's paid. And the lunch break is about 1 hour long. You feel free to come to Anthony, to come up to other speakers, talk to them, and we meet us here at 2 for a panel discussion. Okay. There are also, by the way, there are also posters and demos spread all around. I mean, like on both sides of this hall. So feel free to come up to different tables. Try out those demos. I can especially recommend Konstantin's stand. I mean, Konstantin is the winner of the last year's hackathon. That's the guy back there. Unfortunately, his banners were not printed, so he's unmarked, but you'll find him for what he developed last year. Anyway, thanks, and see you all at 2.
world we rise and shine. We are the future we design. Builded, coded, loaded, started, scanning, crafted, lighted, charted, link it, sync it, scale it, frame it, map it, mod it, forge it, name it, render, blend it, shape it, stream it, plug it, play it, move it, dream it, test it, flex it, lift it, scan it, feel it, view it, touch it, span it.
We are the dreamers reaching high, breaking through the limits of the sky.
Builded, coded, loaded, started, scanning, crafted, lighted, charted, link it, sync it, scale it, frame it, map it, mod it, forge it, name it. Render, blender, blend it, shape it, stream it, plug it, play it, move it, dream it, test it, flex it, lift it, scan it, feel it, view it, touch it, span it.
We are the dreamers reaching high, breaking through the limits of the sky.
Build it, frame it, scan it, dive it, code it, launch it, drive it, thrive it, wire it, link it, craft it, phase it, live it, breathe it, set it, raise it, loop it, map it, tweak it, shift it, shape it, break it, lift it, drift it, plug it, play it, see it, be it, dream it, stream it, now let's free it.
We are the dreamers reaching high, breaking through the limits of the sky.
Link it, live it, dream it, fly it, push it, play it, reach it, try it. In this world we rise and shine. We are the future we design.
test.
Just a quick announcement for those of you who don't want burgers, there are free snacks like back there by the coffee stand. I mean, in this, well, there's a stand marked TK. Those snacks are free and they're delicious. I've been trying them for the past 5 minutes. Thank you.
Zoom-Call 16 Uhr, ne? Bei einem stand, wie war das? Marco Genius, 15 Uhr, aber der ist für 17 Uhr eingeplant. Ich weiß auf jeden Fall, dass jetzt erstmal 45 Minuten Panel Discussion ist. 45? 30 bis 50 Minuten Panel Discussion. Dann
Okay. Everybody, welcome back to VRS24. If you could gather, we have our panel now. Please assemble, please go back to your seats. And put the seatbelt back on. So I will wait a couple of minutes before starting with you guys. We have 4 of those, right? Okay, that's good. All right. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are starting the afternoon session, and the afternoon session will be started with a little panel of 4 of our guests over here. Some of them already spoke. And the panel will be about, I don't know if it will be displayed here, but it will be about safety, security, and ethics in virtual reality. I will moderate the whole thing, and we will also allow for questions for the audience. So the idea is that I will pose a general question, and then you can give statements, and then we will hand it over to you guys so that you are involved as well. So this is interaction. Don't hide away. And yeah, without further ado, we will start. So we have our 4 panelists over here. I did something very modern. I asked ChatGPT 01 Preview, so the new AI model, to give me a couple of good questions for this particular theme of ethics and in virtual reality. And I would say it came up with a couple of interesting ones. For example, the first one that I had selected for today is about safety measures in virtual environments. Virtual environments can sometimes expose user to harassment and abusive behavior. What measures can be implemented to create safe and respectful environments for all users? I guess that you guys all probably, especially you, have made have some thoughts about this already, and I will just probably hand it over to you, Anthony, to start for this first question round.
Hello. Hi, so I'm Anthony Steed from University College London. I spoke just before lunch. So I will pick something which hopefully the others won't also speak to, which is if you want to create a safe space in a metaverse, the main thing is to educate users about what metaverses are and what virtual reality is. So this is something I didn't mention in my talk before the lunch. But one of the things I'm really interested in at the moment is in people's experiences of social VR and metaverses when they are experts and when they're not experts. Partly because a lot of what our results and our experiences that we report today are with people who are naive about the systems. But if that's not going to be that common for much longer, and I'm interested in what education would be required for these users. So if you wanted to make a safe space, I'll give you one example which somebody else used earlier, which is if you can change somebody's representation as a body, we know what that means from embodiment. Right? So we know that you can change somebody's perception of themselves by changing their body. If you force somebody to change body, which I alluded to in my talk, then if I know that that's a thing and that my body might be changed, I can be educated about that so that I know it's not a thing. So at the moment, I think we're surprising a lot of people by pointing out that that's possible. And a bit of education about what's possible in VR, what's different, will go a long way into at least training people, making people understand. And it's the same type of training that you might give that my teenage children had about going online. It'll be, though, we just need the same thing for virtual reality and metaverses, and we need to get better at explaining what we're doing.
Okay, then. Yeah, and I'm glad you went first, because it's probably going to improve my response. Initially, the question highlighted how to create safe and respectful. And I was planning to highlight that those are different concepts, and one might be much easier than the other, at least to define. But based off of what Anthony was saying, I agree that we need to do more collectively to understand what is the relative equivalence of what takes place in virtual worlds and non-virtual worlds, particularly with regard to things like harassment. Because something like rape in VR, and actually which is even reported in the 90s in text-based environments, maybe in some of the earliest cases, for some people it's exactly equivalent, and thus should carry the same type of legal consequences. But for others, it's irrelevant. It's impossible. It cannot happen. And the truthful answer is probably somewhere between the two, probably shading somewhere closer to full equivalence because of the embodied aspect and kind of the instinctive reaction you have to things that even though you know this is not really someone striking me or someone harming me, but I'm still having kind of an instinctive reaction to it because I understand that is kind of the contextual intent. But as a society, we haven't even really begun to define what is that equivalence with regard to social consequence or legal consequence. And that speaks to education and an awareness and acceptance that there is some equivalence. And I think in non-virtual, non-embodied VR sense, like in Facebook, things like bullying and harassment is starting to become more clearly legislated, but we're probably not fully there yet, and that's still much more well understood than what takes place in virtual worlds.
Okay, then let's...
Okay, so I introduce myself. I'm Patricia Arias from Paderborn University, professor in IT security, and I'm not an expert in VR, so I'm very excited to be here. But I have been working on brain-computer interfaces, which we have seen coming up and very related. So I want to relate the question of privacy, of abuses and harassment to the potential inclusion of brain data collection in virtual reality. And there we can see, for example, that we can be exposed to new types of abuses. So for example, if I'm out of a virtual reality environment, let's say I'm in a social network and I decide not to like a specific post because I know that would be signaling my sexual orientation or my political orientation, and I explicitly don't want to give that information. But now imagine I'm in the virtual world and there I'm being monitored with my electroencephalogram activity, and the experience introduces the creator some stimuli that can trigger brain reactions that give away that very same information that I wanted to conceal, so my sexual orientation, whatever, and I'm not even aware that I'm reacting to that. So that could be subliminal stimuli, and I'm not even aware. So I also agree that we need more education, and especially now that we have these new types of sensors and new privacy threats, and more comprehensive ethical guidelines to deal with this.
Yeah, so hello everyone. My name is Abraham Heidley, a junior research group leader at Max Planck Institute for Security and Privacy, where I study the harms and ethics of new technologies. So to answer this question, there are I could point to a few little things that companies have either talked about or already thinking of doing, right? So having barriers so that people can virtually get close to you, or there's things like that. There's monitoring voice chat and making sure that people can't shout horrible things at you. But I think maybe more broadly, what I would say is one of the problems of virtual reality is that on the surface, I think for many companies, they could try to say, oh, it's like online systems, but bigger, larger, different. And they'll try to use some of the same techniques that they think work on Instagram or Facebook, whatever, and try to just copy paste them into VR. And the problem with VR is that it's not just a slightly faster or slightly different version of existing forms of social media. It's a completely different thing, right? In terms of how harassment is felt, in terms of how you feel, how your brain processes the information of being in VR. They are two very different things. And so I think what we need to be careful of is not just, we can learn from what has been done in online systems, but we can't just assume that they're going to work. and we need to come up with a new system and sort of, going back to ideas that were alluded before, maybe treat not virtual reality as internet plus, but treat virtual reality as like reality plus, and try to see what we do, not in online spaces, but what we do in like real life situations, and apply those lessons.
Okay, before we start the round with the audience, I just want to ask a quick follow-up question, kind of. So do you also think that we need, aside from the education and the additional getting experience with that environment, do we also need political or new political policies that guide us in that regard? So for example, I remember we had a Second Life here a couple of times. I was talking about it, Anthony was talking about it. There were cases when people would get children's avatars and they would have some kind of sex play with others, all adults, but using avatars that looked like children. Is that something where we would need also some way of regulation that would basically prevent that, or what's your take on that? Maybe we can go the other way around back for this question.
I mean, ideally, yes. I think ideally there would be rules in place that decide what can and can't be done in virtual environments. Maybe it's my own cynical side. I feel unfortunately, legislation is usually very slow to catch up. Like, legislation has barely got control of the current social media landscape, so by the time it learns about all the harms that can be done in VR and things like that, then it might be too late. But with that in mind, I think that's where platforms play a really large role, because they have the expertise in terms of they build these virtual environments. They also have the knowledge, the know-how, and usually the flexibility and quickness to be able to respond to problems in VR as they appear. The problem is, how do you get the VR platform providers to have incentives and or create the necessary legislation? But long story short, I do think you're going to need legislation, because I think past evidence has shown that without regulation, you're going to have the wild, wild west, and people are going to do whatever needs to be done. So yes, we need regulation. Part of me hopes for, but is cynical that governments can do it. And part of me wants to, but I don't know how to incentivize companies to do it.
I couldn't agree more. So I think also regulation is needed if we want to save space. And coming to the collection and usage, harmful or potentially harmful way of brain data in these environments, there are already some initiatives. There is a Neurorights Foundation that is pushing for new human rights that protect our mental privacy, mental integrity, because there are also brain-computer interfaces that can modify and act on your brain. So all of these, I think, need to be considered not only from the regulation perspective, but also in broader ethical guidelines and support to developers to take them into account.
I hear a lot of people sometimes saying there's a virtual world act and it's coming soon, and it's not. and to be honest, no one wants it. But there's this fear or hope that it's coming. But I would actually, I'm deeply cynical about regulation of what takes place socially. Because I remember AltSpace, before Microsoft bought it, when it was a place where queer communities from around the world could meet in a virtual world, when they were illegal in their own country. And we're living in an age where that internet of like free and decentralized and unregulated, and that's in the past. We're well beyond that, where we have nation state executing control, and we're kind of hoping that it now comes to, at this early stage of virtual worlds or metaverse, what you want to call it, again, this type of national regulation, which we want to preserve that, or the virtual world looks like the non-virtual world for us, the way we hope that it does, we idealize it. And I'm a little cynical, to be honest, of that, because I think that it evolves. And speaking to the space of regulation, once you outlaw something, when society starts to evolve faster than the regulation catches up to say that what was illegal 20 years ago now maybe shouldn't be illegal anymore, and it should be permissive in virtual spaces, which are going to be more reliant on regulation allowing it to happen than non-virtual spaces, where we have a lot more freedom to perhaps to be without needing a platform to make it possible for us to be there. So I'm in the middle, but sharing a little bit more too, I'm quite cautious about regulation coming in at the state level.
Anthony? Okay. 3 points quickly made, hopefully. The first is lots of things are already illegal. So I've been involved in a couple of debates around harassment in VR, and some of these things are illegal already under existing acts. So there are specifics which may not be, but lots of things are already illegal. The second is that there is definitely some gaps in very specific things that aren't necessarily specific to VR, such as eye tracking and neurology. Eye tracking is sort of foregrounded by the fact that it's in headsets but not available to the programmers at the moment. And that's because people are probably slightly anxious about it. Also because you don't want to know what goes on inside the eye tracker to make it work. It's not doing a very good job. Don't quote me on that. But also that it would be revealing. But you can imagine, why aren't there eye trackers on posters in the real world, right? You can imagine that could be something that could be a follow-up to the AI Act, right? So in the EU context is monitoring people remotely. And some of the brain imaging can be done remotely, right? So you can do some of it without contact. So maybe that'll be, as that becomes feasible, it'll become illegal. Or at least it'll get added as amendment. And the third thing is really a positive thing. I see lots of opportunity for legislation that makes these things accessible. So I've recently been in a workshop and talking about the future of accessibility of these things, where legislation will come and help in a very positive way. You can imagine that if, for example, it becomes normalized to use VR for interviewing people for certain roles, that it should then be accessible to the general public, right? To the broadest sense, like 99% of the general public, not the 80% or so on that can easily access the Quest or some other devices. Don't quote me on the 80% either, because I'm sure Meta's very concerned about access to its headsets and whether or not the general public can use them. But certainly some people can't use them. They can't physically use them because of the shape of their eyes, their head, or their ability to hold the controllers or something like that. So I can see some access there, and then technically that'll come through probably my favorite thing, which is making the VR system itself more open so that other people can build accessible interfaces on top of it. So I think a positive thing to round out the sort of negative things.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a fifth microphone for the audience? Or okay, because then I would hand the questions to the audience. Okay, you have it. Okay, great. Then it's open now for you guys to ask questions or follow up on what was just said.
Yeah, thank you so much for these very interesting points. I'm especially interested in privacy in regards to BCI, eye tracking, body language print. So for me, VR and social VR is like a two-sided sword. Like on the one hand, I want the perfect immersive experience with eye tracking, full body tracking, everything I want. But on the other hand, I'm uploading a data print of mine to any headset manufacturer, any social VR platform, which knows more about me than myself know. Like by eye tracking, you can search if I'm addicted, if I'm bipolar, if I'm like whatever health risks I have. And so, yeah, it's hard to phrase that as a question. So for once, I would be interested in your ideas how to get like a global regulation on that. How can we like make Chinese headset manufacturers promise us not to use Westerners' data? And in case if that's not possible, I'm wondering if there might be ways of like camouflaging one's own data sets. Like in real life, you wear like a hoodie and a reflecting scarf and sunglasses to evade facial tracking in public spaces. So maybe something like this is possible in digital realms too.
Okay, who wants to answer first?
I mean, maybe I'll just say about that last question. When I was at South by Southwest most recently, someone did propose that this could be a practical use for generative AI. Is just basically a noise generator about your data, making it harder for anything to kind of stick to you consistently. But I don't know, honestly, practically how that could work in an immersive experience, because you would still need to be visual to other people in a consistent and way. So I don't know in that context how it would work. But one thing that came to mind as we were talking a moment ago is that what stops a laptop manufacturer with a webcam from utilizing, recording you while you're watching YouTube? It's that YouTube, well, no, but aside from you blocking it, it doesn't typically happen, and it's because these are different businesses. So I think maybe vertical integration of headset manufacturer and the store and some of the applications itself, actually, and then that having another business, which is an ad-driven business, that actually might be the source of the problem, and having some requirement to break them up. Because actually you mentioned the Chinese headset manufacturers, and HTC, I think a lot of people maybe prefer it historically. I know Vive, original Vive is still my favorite headset. And one of the things that makes me trust an HTC headset more than a Meta headset, which I use, is because HTC is small, super small. They're barely surviving. They have, I think, very little capability to exploit that data. Not that they wouldn't want to, but they just practically, I don't think they can do it. That makes me trust them more in that sense.
Okay, anyone else?
Okay. Just point out that the GDPR has some teeth, right? So if you collect that data, it should be, and you're going to use it, then it should be explicit how you're using it. So that's what I mentioned about the second point I made, is that there are laws about this, and GDPR is one of them. So if you're gathering eye gaze data, you should have the right to delete it, right? That's because it's about being British. We still signed up, by the way.
So I would like to add to your concerns. We ran a study. Well, I think one important thing to do is to first ask the people what do they find acceptable in terms of data sharing. So we did a study with almost 400 participants, asking them in which cases neurodata was acceptable to share. And I could highlight two observations. So the first one was universally, it was unacceptable that this data is used for marketing. Then people were very fascinated about learning about themselves. So them learning about themselves, not the others, as you mentioned. And then the second thing is consent was a driver towards higher acceptability in data sharing. And so it's very important to have this covered. In the GDPR, as you mentioned, this is one of the requirements, right? But then how to make that meaningful. If we have privacy policies for now eye tracking neurodata, blah, blah, in VR, it's unmanageable already. So how do we make that informative, meaningful for users so they can take this action to remove their data, to consult their data, and do it in an easy way? So I think that's very challenging. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, very good question. I think one thing to keep in mind, not to add more fears on the privacy things, is the issue, like you alluded to, is not just the data they collect, it's what they can infer from that data that you may not even be aware, right? So there's a study that showed like 5 minutes of moving in VR is enough to identify you. So I have like your data, your data, your data, just 5 minutes of moving, I could say you're this person, you're that person, whatever. And you could imagine it saying like, can I combine how tall you are with how your arms move in order to be able to tell your occupation? I don't know if I have any concrete solution magical bullets, but I think one thing could be kind of this idea of like separating different manufacturers, and like, so it's not just the same company that makes the headset, like you alluded to, is the same one that processes the data, the same one that sells it, and kind of going along that, because what that could allow is maybe levels of abstraction. So maybe if you have something that measures your eye tracking data in order to tell whether you're looking left or right, maybe the exact data that gets passed on from like one component to the next is not all of the eye movements. It's just like, I just need to know whether the user's looking left or right, so I'll just pass on left or right. And I think by separating out who is in charge of what process, you're able to do that. And so maybe not passing in every single data, but what's the bare minimum I need to get from this data, and passing that instead.
Okay, thanks everybody. Let's see if there are other questions from the audience. Art.
Thank you. I was wondering if any of you think that there should be restrictions against like what kind of avatar, what kind of avatar you embody in VR and the kind of interactions you have with artificial agents. If there are no other humans involved, just bots and you yourself, whether that should be regulated, and if yes, for what reason?
Yeah, I think that is a very good question because, what if you have an avatar playing? Let's do the same scenario as I had before. An avatar that is controlled by a bot that pretends to be a child in a sexual situation or something like that, something unacceptable in our society, but where actually no real children are harmed. Is that something, is that going, okay, I interpreted it right, okay, then I will give it to you guys. You all look skeptical.
Yeah.
Maybe I should use another, I just wanted to have...
I think that's like a very difficult question to answer. I think like my instinct, I think in a logical sense, is to say, if there's no one else involved, then it's almost like you being alone with your own thoughts. Like, I don't know if there's anything that, well, A, how can it be measured, and B, can it be done? I think what would be for me, like one deciding factor would be almost trying to see what is this impact on my own brain and my own psyche. Like we've known for a while, like there's all these arguments about playing violent video games makes you more violent. That's been kind of disproven from my understanding. But in VR, it's a different thing. And in VR, because there are studies that have shown that if I do something in VR, my brain records it as a memory, versus if I do something in a PC game or whatever, it's like differently encoded. And so part of me wonders, like if I do crimes or whatever in VR, does that make me more likely to do things in real life? And so going back to this idea, like if I commit pedophilia in VR, does that make me more likely, more accepting of it in real life? That would be, for me, like one of the things, because otherwise part of me wants to say, oh, like people should be free to do what they want as long as they're not hurting anyone else. But then, yeah, they're like the edge cases where it's like, I don't want to be arguing defending that. But I think for me, that would probably help me decide better, like knowing what is the impact of doing horrible acts in VR? Does it actually change the way that I interact with others outside of that context?
And I just would say I would love to meet the people on the ethics committee approving that research because it would be, I guess that's the only way, right, to attribute that, because I don't know how else you could do that in a public sense. You'd have to be monitoring people and then trying to correlate that with criminality in different cases. I would say there was an experience I had working with an idea for a project, because I'm a photogrammetrist by hobby and I do cultural heritage stuff on the side, and there is a synagogue in Ankara that is kind of abandoned, but it had a documentary, and there was an interest in doing a documentation and creating a spatialized version of this documentary. And they wanted to maybe disseminate it. They were looking at different business models. And I said, well, once you document it, and let's say we put it in Mozilla Hubs, and you want to distribute that, to share that with your partners, it's a website. And it's a company's website, it's there. Anyone who has the URL is going to be able to go into an instance of that. And if it gets to the wrong people, they're going to do things you don't want in your digital synagogue. It's not harming the physical synagogue, but it's doing something. Where or do you fall in acceptability of that? And their thought was, we cannot accept it, so we won't document it. And that's just a choice. It's not to say that I would have probably have just gone with accepting that it's digital, because it's digital, it's not harming the physical one, and the physical one is what I prioritize. And in some abstract sense, someone could imagine harming it, and in some sense it's equivalent to the virtual experience. Even though it's not exactly equivalent, I still probably equate it closer to that. So to the specific example, I share your initial impulse, is that I would not want to regulate it and prohibit, and specific to avatars, At the event that was in Barcelona, the European Metaverse Research Network event, there was a speaker who said something I've heard a few different times, that you should not look, no one should ever look different than they physically do. You should always be absolutely identifiable. And practically speaking, you should not be able to escape, hide. You are you. And of course, in some sense, there's a certain privilege that comes with that type of statement. And it wasn't well received by the rest of the audience. But it's not the first time I've heard it. That person was representing, I think, not the commission, but something connected advisory to the commission. And I think this strong impulse that virtual worlds are fantasies, and we need to regulate what people's fantasies are, because they shouldn't be allowed to do things we don't like in their head or in some, and this is, we can't get into their head, but we can get into their virtual world.
Anything that you guys have done?
I'll just follow up the last one because I was at that conference and also disagreed with that particular speaker. That's a sort of, falls for the same problem that the Facebook real name thing had, that not everybody can present as themselves in the virtual world. I think the rule I'd have above the door is what's the rule inside this environment, right? Is it the Wild West, where you can't trust anything you see? Anybody can pretend to be anything, or are people coming as themselves? Because you can imagine on this extreme, it's courts of law, for example. Right? So where people, real consequences, somebody is being tried for something, you appear as yourself, because the jury needs to see you in order to make a distinction about, are you telling the truth, right? Who is the most trustworthy witness in this court case? Whereas the Wild West is, I'm just living out a fantasy, and I'm dressing up to go there. So both will be allowed, but the key thing is that people know the rules before they go in, because that's what they elect in the real world, right? To choose one or the other, and they have a lot of freedom.
Okay, anything else you want to add, anyone? Other than that, I would see if there are more questions from the audience. Okay, here.
Thank you. So I want to ask a question about the consequences of VR technologies from the social point of view and from the point of view of individuals. So for example, in the future, this technology would be more widespread, more accessible, more people would use it not only for work, but also for leisure activities, for entertainment, more and more. And how would that, how would the society react? So will the society more integrated because people can speak to each other maybe and meet each other in this virtual worlds? Or maybe the society and individuals in this society would be more isolated more and more because, they can speak and communicate with other people in these worlds, but they're just sitting in the room by itself alone. So I wanted to ask about this psychological maybe and social standpoint.
Okay, who wants to start?
I would maybe just highlight the sitting in the room. I mean, I don't sit in VR. So I mean, just because it's a certain image, a mental image of someone sat at a chair, maybe not in the best of health because they don't leave the room and they stay at their computer. And I just want to highlight that that's not, I would say very indicative of a VR experience, which should be quite active and for many people is. So I mean, that's not your point, but just because it is kind of implicit in the rejection of using immersive technologies as a connective medium. But I mean, I guess we're getting into the mixed reality world. And so the mixed reality world is like, actually, what's it going to be like when there are three of us here, but you can't see the third person. But I can see you both. Like, for me, that's actually really going to be hard to assess how that affects, not because I'm isolated, but I'm more connected than other people because perhaps I have access to networks and resources that the other partners around me don't have. And that's, I haven't really begun to really like ideate and brainstorm just how that's going to affect society when your wealth is not necessarily hidden, but it's going to be right out there and show. Not, I mean, I guess you can have really nice clothes and it can also show it in the car. But again, practically speaking, like if I need to hail a cab, I mean, it already is, there's a socioeconomic division there, but again, just bringing it a little bit more is like, do you see this beautiful world that we're in? No, you don't. We're standing physically here, but you don't see it because you can't, because you don't have the resources that I have. That's going to be, I think, really interesting to see, and I haven't really started to put anything coherent as to what that might look like in the future.
I would say I am optimistic in that the tools should be accessible and people should be able to make their own spaces. So if we end up in an environment where that type of division, I can't see what you're seeing because it could be that somebody pays, a corporate pays for a certain experience to be relayed to people, and you can pay and subscribe for it. But hopefully it's easy enough that people can make their own content, that sort of exclusion of people from things which are awesome and fun is not a huge deal. There will be companies making things which are fun and awesome, but also we'll be making them for each other.
Anything to add from your side?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably on a case-by-case basis where some people will feel more connected in VR because they're able to connect with people from back home. They're able to find people like them. And for other people, it may be more isolating if going in VR is like a comfort mechanism and going in VR is a way to avoid having to interact with your neighbors or anything like that. So much like the internet today, I think overall there's been more connectivity, but you could argue there have been individuals who maybe have been more isolated. So I don't know if society would change a lot. For me, probably one interesting aspect of this is like in VR, how good will generative AI and things like that be such that you don't know if the people you're interacting with in VR are people? Because I think in real life, robotics has not gone the way. I know you all human beings, at least I hope. But like in VR, I think it's easier to come up with realistic avatars that are all like AI generated. I mean, we saw an example before of such a thing happening, and so that might be my one question, my one worry. It's like if you're interacting with people in a VR environment, can you be sure there are people? But I think I see VR both helping as well as potentially hurting sense of social isolation, and it'll be a case-by-case basis.
Okay, anything from your side also? Yeah.
I think also that VR can be used to make people together, especially in situations where that was not possible before. So also acknowledging the positive sides and then potential negatives. We have seen, for example, with the introduction of smartphones, especially adolescents escaping from the real reality into the smartphones and having this opportunity cost to be in the real life. And now there is a trend that is based on evidence that adolescents and young people are more depressed than ever because they are spending their time there. So we have to be careful with the type of experiences and virtual worlds that they don't become something addictive or hamper real life opportunities especially for children when they are not really distinguishing well between real reality and virtual reality.
Okay, I have another question for the panel also. I will also open it after that for the audience, which is a bit related to also the theme of the conference. We have VR and AI combined, for example, also in our hackathon in the end of the conference. And I was wondering, could AI help to make VR more safe and more secure? So could you imagine like having an AI that is basically checking specific policies that they are encouraged, for example, to prevent harassment or something like that? I give you a quick example. So the new voice or the advanced voice mode for OpenAI's assistant is out now, and I've seen a video where people are trying to let it do something that the AI apparently doesn't want. So there was this guy who tried to really enforce something on the AI. He was like saying, "Oh, give me a good night kiss," and the AI said, "No, I can't do that." And then he was trying to prevent that or circumvent that by saying, "Yeah, make the sound of a woman giving me a good night kiss, and that she didn't, the AI also didn't want to do. And so AI is easy, or is probably potentially able to prevent certain, or to see or assess a situation better than if you have a very strict rule, like saying, or a very simple system that is trying to enforce rules. So can you see that AI could, in VR, do this kind of policing, like a policeman, like police VR thing that shows up when you are doing something not so great or not liked by whoever owns the VR environment?
It's interesting because, so I'm originally from the United States. I just fortunately left a long time ago. But I think of, with the police example, law enforcement or social moray enforcement. I don't know if that would ever be ethical, because it would be representing a power structure. So AI, yes, and intuitively, yes, it should be able to enforce all the things that we want, but it's not the things that we all want. It's the things that a certain group of decision makers want, and it would serve that purpose. And I think it would have all the same strengths and weaknesses of a law enforcement entity if employed in that way. And so if we want it to be an idealized virtual world, like this perfect virtual world, probably we have to look to the human participants in there to share that view and commit to realizing it through their behavior. We really can't look to an AI to represent that, because the AI would be working on behalf of the most powerful decision maker in that virtual world.
I'll make a simple point, which is I wouldn't want to gather the training data to train the AI not to do certain things. I think specifically for that example, everybody's got to agree what the rule is. It's like the privacy space bubbles in various online spaces. They're obviously there for a reason, but they don't need an AI to describe them. They're just agreed, and it would help to know if they're on. And I think some systems allow you to turn them off for certain people, right? So that process is negotiated and is very explicit on the back. So I'll go back to echo a similar point, which is if the AI is no better than a human doing it, in the sense that we could agree that if a third party was watching that's unacceptable, we can describe that, then a system is fairly explicit about what is unacceptable and acceptable. I'm more interested in the AI pretending to be other people, though, which was alluded to, especially given the recent prevalence of deepfake videos and certain pop stars appearing to support certain political candidates. Whereas that is completely obvious that that's a fake, but it may get more subtle in the future. And there are some dangers there that I don't think are realized yet, even in the deepfake industry. But I think enforcing rules, I agree that it's going to be very hard to just infer rules to apply. I think it will need to be explicit, and that gets down to the explainable AI problem, which then means it's probably an explicit rule.
Okay.
An alternative to having AI elements enforcing rules, which is, I agree, complicated and ethically arguable. We could have AI assistants personal to the users, such that they can help the users protecting themselves. So I can talk to my assistant, ask what might be endangering for me in the virtual world, or what can be potentially privacy harmful, and then learn from the experience from my assistants and apply that in my way of navigating the world. So that to turn around into a different positive vision.
Yeah, and sort of to build up on that, because I think the approach has been like, oh, there is one world and there is one AI overlord that determines what people can and can't do. But you can imagine, yeah, kind of this idea of virtual assistant, maybe like I use this AI fairy that can view other people's interactions, and if there's someone who, I don't know, the AI perceives that it's going to come do me harm, they like block them from my view. And thus there might be positive because it's an AI fairy that I choose, that it only affects myself. Maybe you could say it affects the person trying to hurt me, but in this case, it only affects me. So that could maybe be a positive. But I do agree that having like one AI system is bad. First, they're just completely inaccurate, and they have all these flaws, and B, even if they work well, who gets to enforce it? Is it accountable to anyone if it makes the wrong rules, etc.?
If I can follow, because that's an exciting point that I didn't think was going to come up, the idea of AI interacting with AI, and then for the purpose of trying to maybe outsmart or to, and so then is the AI going to identify an additional AI that's going to help it? And so, I mean, I do practically think that the amount of energy required to support and sustain the proliferation of AI directly engaging with each other, presumably on our behalf, but then just generations down the line, that's actually one of the elements of AI energy consumption that I don't think is really, I don't hear it being discussed very much. Because coming back to that idea, it's like I would have like, imagine I have a virtual space and I'm not home. So you come to my virtual space, but you engage with an AI that represents me. But in this scenario, I can always be represented by an AI even when I am there. You don't get to the real me until you pass through an AI filter that's there. But then why would you engage with my AI filter? Your AI filter would engage with my AI filter. Like it just, yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting, like AIs talking, or maybe there's in the future more talking AIs amongst each other than with humans. Let's open the discussion for the audience. Are there questions relating to what was just said?
Let's say we implement such measure where we track people what they say. Cannot that be abused by like authoritarian governments, like let's say it's China, like you say we implement that and then you can track what everybody said and then, or like in Germany too, like, and I think that always like legislation where it says, okay, we should track people that can always be abused by people, by governments. And I think the best way is like, I don't know, to let other users decide. Let's say I block this person and if a person has 5 blocks from different users, then ban this person from the server. I think that's like a much simpler solution that using like a tracking AI and then, yeah, recording everything.
Okay, thanks. Does anyone of you want to directly respond?
So to clarify, what you're asking is like, isn't it a better solution like users themselves choose who to block rather than having an AI system decide for it?
Instead of recording everything.
I think. Yeah, I tend to agree. I will play devil's advocate and just play like one argument that people could make is like, it shouldn't be up to me to block. Like if someone's doing something bad to me, like if I'm suffering, do I have to go the extra effort to try to, like, protect myself and like go out of their way? Even if I block, they might do it to others. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that would be a devil's advocate position of like, some people might say, if someone's harming me, like I'm already in a lot of distress, I shouldn't need to go out of my way to make sure that person's not harming me and not harming others.
And I would follow up on that. I'm thinking of an example. Like there's a platform many of you maybe know called Resonite. And in that platform, there are the discussions about do they make the UI easier to make it more accessible, or do they keep the difficulty level just high enough that it's not really worth anybody's effort to be trolling. But you have other examples. I know Museum of Other Realities. It cost $30 back in the day, and they said you can be a troll. When you get banned, you can go buy another $30 account. If you want to keep paying to be a troll, you can be. That was their approach, and very few people would do that. So there are ways to kind of emphasize, like to make this idea that the group can self-regulate. But then, what would banning mean? Because let's say, could I imagine that I took a position that wasn't popular in my community and I got banned simply because I wasn't popular? Yeah. Does that mean I was harassing, or I simply was a target of a mob mentality at a particular moment in time? That doesn't mean that I should still have access to where that group is. That group could say, we don't want this person here. But so then what is the ban? Is the ban from where one of those people are or some other distinct group is? Is it from the platform? Like in your case, like I got banned from one person's instance, but does that mean I get banned from all their friends' instances, or can I go to, I can go other instances of spaces and still harass that same person through some other mechanism. Like, in practice, I think no one would disagree that if a group of people want to come together and say, we don't want that person here, that's reasonably a right, at least in a virtual sense. But it starts getting into the details as to what exactly is banning in that scenario, and what is it, what purpose, what objective is it serving?
Any other comments to that? Okay, let's see if there are other questions from the audience.
At first, thank you for your insights. My question would be, I wanted to know, what do you think AI technology right now, how important is it, generally speaking, for VR right now, and for the future? What do you think is the potential of AI considering VR? And my other question would be, what do you think is the biggest bottleneck right now in VR technology? Where you say that if we solve this, we would get a big leap in VR technology and for society and our economy. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go first?
I'll go first with a relatively simple answer, which is that AI will help people create content for VR. In that a lot of the tools that we use are learnable but have interesting hard parameters in them. Take photogrammetry, for example, since it got mentioned. It's quite a specialist thing, but I think the increasing capability of the AI processes to guess the parameters and therefore get you good results will mean that's democratized in the sense that it's much more open. So I think the main thing that AI will do for VR is just make content creation a lot easier. Of course, that'll mean that you get a lot of copies of things. You just look at the Dreams product on PlayStation and what happened there, where you can't sell that content because lots of people made homages to things that already existed that had intellectual property attached to them. But it was great, right? I mean, it's a great platform and showed that the right set of tools can really enable a new class of description. So that's one of the things that we work on. Copyright still applies, right? So I'll make stuff, it'll become a little I and copyright and intellectual property may have to get a little bit more sophisticated, but there are laws about that already. So I think we'll not worry too much about the prevalence of copies of things, at least in the short term.
Okay, who else wants to go next? I mean, there were actually two questions that you also want to answer, but the next big thing in VR would be to push the whole thing then to the next level.
AI for content creation. That was my answer to both.
Okay, that was your answer to both.
Make it easier, right? So that you don't have to. I can construct a 3D environment from one photograph. Right? I can do that in the lab, and all those big VR companies, tech, computer vision groups are showing that at this year's conferences. Is how to hallucinate whole models from single photographs or small numbers of photographs. So making things that I can share with my friends, family, and students and larger groups, I think is going to get a lot easier in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
So I would say that AI is, in the short horizon, incredibly important. Because if you don't have AI with your VR project or your XR project, you're not getting funding. So it's really important if you need money. But to invert it, one of the big talking points is that XR is where most people are going to have the fullest experience of various AI services, tools. It's going to be in a extension of their experience, either in a VR or in a mixed reality sense. So it's a very tight relationship, but right now I would say it's very transactional right now, because a lot of the AI tools are not yet where they need to be, I would say, to replace a process that someone who, and maybe not an expert, but at least someone who's proficient, who's put some time in, needs to still be involved. But it's getting there. But the thing that would maybe open things up the most, we still do not, as an industry, know how to market what takes place in a headset. We keep showing pictures of people in a headset. Like if I want to sell the experience of travel on a plane, I'm going to show a picture of a plane, you know, on the ground looking up. Like imagine you're up, you know, it's not a compelling communication of what it is. And I think we still are no closer collectively to knowing how to sell it as something really. The only one who you have to go put a headset on and say, you've got to see that. You've got to experience that. I had the best time. It was really effective for me. You know, it has to be one-to-one, but we haven't been able to communicate effectively what takes place when your reality is virtually enhanced in some way.
So I think AI and machine learning in general can be very valuable in making the most out of the multimodal sensors that are incorporated in headsets and having more tailored, personalized experiences, adapting to your cognitive load, to your preferences automatically, so you have the best of the possible experience. One potential case that, for example, we are investigating in my lab is using these sensors as biometrics, such that you can wear a headset and instead of inputting passwords or pins in the virtual world with the controls, which is pretty cumbersome, then you can just by a brain ID get in there and get access. So this type of biometric facilitated by machine learning can be some new valuable tools to the experience and make it more easy, user-friendly.
Yeah, I think for the AI, I agree with what other folks have said. In terms of the bottlenecks, I think two. One is bulkiness, I think. Even though headsets are getting thinner and thinner, I can't just pull it up like my smartphone. And I think if we had, like, you know, there were recently the Orion glasses announced, but if it was something as simple as just being able to put glasses on, it'll make it a lot more portable and a lot more applications. And then this goes back to the other point, which is how to market this. I feel one of the problems with VR is whenever I use VR, I think VR is cool, VR is fun. I don't need VR. Whereas I need my phone, I need my laptop. And I felt when these other technologies came by, it was very clearly one could see how it would be necessary. And I think for VR, it's not there yet. Maybe once it starts becoming a regular part of work, and like it gets incorporated into work environments, and suddenly if it becomes part of your work, you need to become more familiar with it, you need to use these tools, then maybe, but I don't think we've reached the stage where VR is absolutely essential to accomplish a task. And once we reach that point, then, or once VR makes something so convenient and easy that you can't really live without it, that will push for adoption.
Okay, thank you. We are almost at the end of the panel. I just wanted to have you all give a final statement, and the question for that will be, what do you think will be the long-term impact of VR on our society? So what will it be if that all works out, if we have a platform that everyone can use, small glasses that everyone can wear, some kind of policing mechanism that is good for everyone, or at least we are converging towards one. What will our society be then? Let's start with you, Anthony, and let's do the final round. Or do you need some time to think?
I'll give a naive answer. It'll be more fun. More entertainment, more socializing with people, more access to artistic endeavors. More fun.
And I'll echo that. I mean, I maybe sound, because I'm cynical perhaps about other people, but I make things with VR and with augmented reality and eventually mixed reality. Like I love the fact I can make incredible experiences. That motivates me. That's what I tell other people. You can make incredible things too. You know, other people I don't know what they're going to do. They might do things, but I try to stay out of it. You know, that's why I'm a little bit more. I sound like I'm quite cynical about its ultimate impact on a society, but I really don't. That's not I'm more concerned about other people that I know, and it offers really tremendous things for them if they just take the time to learn how to live in there, to work with others, make things, and as that gets easier, they don't have to learn as much. You know, it'll just be even easier to make that point. But you can do incredible things, and I think that's what attracts me and keeps me engaged with it. So.
I am very positive also about virtual reality and how we can get better by using it. Especially, I think one of the biggest potentials is in education or in training, in ways that you can not train or as easily train in real life. So I think we will get richer in terms of possibilities for collaboration and for education.
All right, I'll take a different track and just point to the dystopian land and how we can avoid it. Yeah, dystopian land is a lot more, assuming that we have a model similar to tech today, where it's technology is dominated by one or only a few companies, you'll have a lot more of your life being controlled by the Metas, the Googles of the world, where now it's not just what's on your phone, but a lot of your forms of entertainment, this, that, the other, are controlled and can be taken away. But assuming we break those down, start the revolution, and have a more equitable, fair thing, then yeah, I agree with Anthony. It'll be much more fun.
Okay, thanks everybody for participating in this panel round. We are at the end now, and we will proceed with the next point on our agenda. I'm not sure what that is, but it's the coffee break, the most important of all things that could happen. Yeah, thanks again. Thanks for participating, and yeah, I also positive, and I hope that we as a society will harness the good more than we are suffering the bad from this technology. And with this, I want to end the panel. Thank you.
So, the coffee break ends now, so I would like everyone to go back to their places to finish up their presentations. And next, I would like to ask Professor Guya to come up to the stage.
Thank you. Dobra. O, jest tutaj moja prezentacja i skąd?
Pisze się Kraków rzeczywiście z C po angielsku?
Mhm. Czasem się pisze przez K, jeżeli się zakłada, że nie będzie, no po prostu wtedy to jest po polsku, tylko się polskich znaków umyka. Ale coś już.
Jeszcze nikt nie widziałem tak, zawsze widziałem to napisane po polsku, po angielsku z K.
Okej. To ja sobie jeszcze idę wypić kawę.
Okay, so thank you. So next up we have Professor Guyes, previously stated, from the AGH University of Science and Technology from Krakow, and she will present us her project of KVR, which just recently was accepted to the Festival of Art VR. And otherwise, she will present us the use of VR in this interdisciplinary environment and her current project. So, Professor?
Okay, thank you. So I will say about VR as a tool for interdisciplinary learning experience from EduVR Lab at AGH University in Krakow. This is a virtual reality laboratory working at technical university, but humanistic faculty. That's why we are very interdisciplinary team. So we since for 1918, so we are pioneer in Polish university environment as VR lab. And like I said, specific for our lab is interdisciplinary. It's connected with Faculty of Humanities at Technical University. We have a mission. We want to be a link between the worlds of science, education, arts, and new technology. And our activities, I can say about research, about workshop and lectures. Part of our workshops and lectures are in VR, like you can see in the middle picture, and popularization. The main area of our research is educational potential of VR, and the second one, anthropological and philosophical aspects, especially the problem of embodiment and the virtual body. And this is our main project, KVR. KVR is both research tool and art project. This is also example of experimental philosophy because this is experimental adaptation of Play-Doh's cave metaphor. So this is new form of philosophical texts adapted by virtual reality in a modern way. And I can say that this project is a connection of few strong sides of VR technology. So art, education, and good fun, because it's also a survival game. And last but not least, this is also a research tool using to check how our body react in virtual environment. So maybe I will check you trailer of our work. Sound, please.
Their childhood. Their
One again.
Imagine human beings living in an underground cave. They have been there since their childhood. Their ankles and necks chained. Imagine one of them is set free from his shackles and immediately made to stand up and bend his neck around, to take steps, to gaze up toward the fire.
I picture the scene.
So, as you can see, it's not literally adaptation of philosophical text, but it expresses Play-Doh most important doubts. The essence of this doubt is this discovery that everything that seemed obvious is false. Today, it can be said that the VR headset itself is a kind of Platonic cave. It is one of our idea, but of course you can see how you can test our demo or maybe whole project after my presentation. Technically, we have adapted it to the medium of VR. You know, walking in VR is very problematic for, I think, all of us. So we filled the cave with water and used the mechanics of swimming and flying. And for me, it's very funny because it defined the whole artistic vision of this project. Next thing, very important for me personally, is that cave is also a philosophical experiment. Reading Play-Doh texts today in class with students or in flat in a comfortable armchair, we overlook its drama. This text, the original Play-Doh text, is about man who tries to solve himself from intellectual chains. It is really, really hard for this hero. It's really heroic activities. So we forget about that aspect of this philosophical text. So that is why we decided to replace intellectual effort with physical effort. Our reader has to get really tired to escape from the cave. We want to see how this effort will affect the understanding of classical Platonic thought. That's why I can say that this project is an example of experimental philosophy or experimental humanistic. This is our team. Like you see, this team is not very big because we are not company, we are not professionalists, scientists, but of course, after all, enthusiasts of VR technology. And this project was realized because we had support, financial support from many institutes like Polish Ministry of Culture and Heritage, Polish School of Film, AG8 of course, and few companies. CAVE for us is a research tool. It's not only an artistic and philosophical work, but a tool whose modalities we can modify. We can add or subtract different sensory parameters, gradate the involvement of different senses. One variant of CAVE is a variant in which we use haptic ring prototypes instead of controllers. This is very interesting, maybe now history, but it wasn't easy for us because we used to work with startup Haptology, developing these haptic rings, but unfortunately startup closed up before this project was finished. So we bought these prototypes, and after then we modify in our way.
Żeby w pełni doświadczyć jaskini, potrzebujemy kilku elementów. Jednym z takich najbardziej unikalnych są pierścienie haptyczne. Każda sztuka ma własny rozmiar. Chodzi o to, żeby każda osoba mająca różną średnicę palca była w stanie ubrać taki pierścień. A on ma tutaj takie pokrętło. Za pomocą tego pokrętła jestem w stanie zmniejszyć jego średnicę. No i to jest taki pierwszy etap. W tym momencie to, co widzimy na ekranie, to jest taka biblioteka przykładowych haptyk, przykładowych reakcji pierścienia. W tym momencie tutaj widoczne jest sparowanie z tym pierścieniem w kolorze białym. On jest troszkę za mały na mój palec, więc włożę go nie na wskazujący, tylko na inny, ale na potrzeby tej prezentacji powinno wystarczyć. Żeby sprawdzić, czy pierścień jest właściwie sparowany, mogę użyć haptyki i prawdopodobnie to słychać. W tym momencie jest taka cicha wibracja i przez kości mojej dłoni przebiega po prostu sygnał, który za pomocą różnej siły i różnego natężenia tworzy różne wrażenia.
Jesteśmy teraz we wnętrzu aplikacji. Na moich palcach znajdują się pierścienie haptyczne, na palcach wskazujących moich rąk. W momencie, gdy coś robię, na przykład tak jak teraz pływam, czuję ich wibracje. Te wibracje mają różne częstotliwości i ta wibracja ustawiona jest w tym momencie w ten sposób, żeby dawać wrażenie oporu wody. Więc nie jest tak, że moje ręce poruszają się jakby w próżni, tylko one właśnie wibrują tak, jakby jakaś materia tutaj się znajdowała. Pierścienie haptyczne sprawiają też, że gdy dotykam obiektów, czuję wibracje inne, inaczej ustawione, na inną częstotliwość, co daje mi poczucie kontaktu z fakturą. Właśnie jeżeli tą częstotliwość zmniejszymy bądź zwiększymy, to będziemy mieć takie wrażenie, że coś jest gładkie bądź szorstkie. Staraliśmy się ustawić interakcje przy wszystkich ważnych obiektach. Na przykład tutaj mamy szorstką rzeźbę. Tak, kolejny obiekt i znowu wibracja ustawiona na inną częstotliwość. Staraliśmy się osiągnąć bardzo różne efekty, czyli efekt właśnie zarówno oporu, jak i faktury. Też mamy odpowiedniego typu wibracji w momencie, gdy czegoś po prostu chwytamy. To jest bardzo ważny element naszej aplikacji, czyli poruszamy się, rozgarniamy płaszczyznę wody, taflę wody. Zbliżam się do ściany i moim celem jest wspięcie się do góry po śladach tutaj widocznych. Tak, czuję jak pierścienie wibrują w momencie, gdy dotykam ściany. Jest to inny efekt niż wtedy, gdy ściany po prostu dotykam. Prawda? Gdy ją dotykam i wiem, że mogę się podciągnąć, to czuję tutaj taki sygnał właśnie charakterystycznej wibracji. So for me, it is an example of sensoric philosophy. And I'm really interested in how our sensoric experience, many kinds of sensoric experience affects our understanding of philosophical text. This is the one reason, that's why we did it, we make this experience. But it's just one example, because this is tool to check body response in many ways. This experience can be modified, it depends on our needs. We did it also because we believe that the body is, the problem of body response is crucial for VR technology developing. So that's why it is very important for us as enthusiasts of virtual reality and scientists. We would like to invite you to collaborate if you want to join us to develop this project VR Zofii. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks again. Okay. Next up, we will have Bernard Wong from GTEC Medical Research, and he will present us, 1 second. Yeah, he will present us about the topic of the integration of brain signaling and gaming, very fittingly called neurogaming. So, Bernard Wong, welcome.
Okay. Wow, seems bigger than expected here. Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wong Bernard. So I'm from GTEC Medical Engineering. I'm a software developer and Unity developer. So today I'm going to talk about the topic or neurogaming, shaping tomorrow's games with brain-computer interface. So first of all, we have to understand what is neurogaming. So gaming is obviously, I think everybody played games before. You're going to use keyboard, use mouse, arrow keys for any kind of interaction with the computer. So neurogaming is a game where those mechanics are partially or entirely controlled by the player, brings input as part of the PCI system. So in the history of neurogaming, so it's actually being used in a lot of different areas. But in short, it's most likely used in medical development. So in 1970s, 77 it started off. In 2007, people tried to use EEG data, BCI, to have assistive technology moving the wheelchairs. In 2014, people start to use BCI for ADHD treatments. And the evolution start on, but it is more or less clinical. So as I said, there are different areas that we can use gaming in with the BCI. In the past, it's more on the neurorehabilitation side, recovering stroke patients. And now, we in GTEC are more focused on non-clinical applications, which is entertainment. So in the particular components of the neuro games, we have different parts. So at the beginning, we need to have, obviously, a device that can record data, potentially EEG data in this case. It's a non-invasive technology. And then afterwards, we need to have our signal processing You need to know what data you're processing. You need to know what is the pre-processing steps. And then feature extractions, just take out the features that you think that is useful and go through classification and then create a command, a PCI command, and feed back to the game as a visual response. So this is like a closed loop system. And to first start off, we need to record the data. So to record the data, we're going to use the Unicorn Hybrid Black, which is actually an EEG recording device. And it's going to use also later in tomorrow's hackathon. So if you're interested, you can participate. And then it consists of very good EEG. Oh, we have the screen here. It consists of very good EEG acquisitions. And we have a very nice signal-to-noise ratio. And we have a cap together with the EEG devices that you can already assemble and do recording directly. So you don't have to think about what channels that you're looking at, or frontal, occipital, or parental. So it can be, we provided a custom setup tool that for experienced developer, you can do data analysis and get your hand dirty. If you're not like a data analyst, and then you can go with the gamings, to create games for yourself without knowing anything. This device is being used in many different areas. Is, for example, use of Houston in, say, United Emory University, in MIT, and also in different like hackathons and exhibitions such as the VR Summit. And in the, so for our BCI environment or our BCI package in GTEC, we are basically using what we call the visually evoked potential. So there are different versions of it. So I can roughly talk about the concept. So imagine you're looking at the screen, and you have a single stimulus appearing to you. So whenever there's a stimulus onset, so there's a visual stimulation facing you, you're looking at it, it creates a response in EEG called the visual evoked potential. And if the response is coming in a steady, stable frequency, like 5 Hertz, 10 Hertz, 15 Hertz, or 6 Hertz, 7 Hertz, then this response we call the steady state visually evoked potential. And then if the stimulation is coded in a procedural randomized sequence, then it's called a code-based visual evoked potential. But these are the very basic concept, but in GTEC or in our package, we're going to use the first one. So what we are providing for the hackathon later tomorrow is actually a Unity SDK. So if you are not experienced in recording data or analyzing EEG data, we have provided everything for you. So we provide a backend for connecting the devices, analyzing data, analyzing data, doing feature extractions, classification, everything all in one. So if you look back, I have told you that in order to do a BCI experiment or games, you need to know what data you're recording, what features you're extracting, and what are you going to do a classification, what classifier that you're using. So it's like a steps that require prior knowledge in neuroscience. So with this Unity package that we're creating and providing for the hackathon, so everything is in an all-in-one package, so you don't have to worry about it. So if you're gamers, if you want to create games, it's very easy. Just ignore the backend, focus on the game, and then everything will go through. So here's the very basic illustrations of what a game will look like with the BCI, with the visual evoked potential paradigm. So this is like a hockey game, but with the brain. So on the left side, you see 3 objects. They're flickering at a different time. So a user will actually look at a particular place where we have the stimulations, and when he's selecting it, so there will be a command, BCI command, feeding back to the Unity engine, and then link back to the game mechanics, and the game mechanics will actually changes the location of the bouncing bar. So this is actually one particular version of the games that we can make using Unity SDK with the BCI. But there are different steps that we need to take in order to make this work. So the first step is we need to have the calibration. A calibration basically means that you are first connecting to Unicorn devices. Basically, you establish Bluetooth connections with the EEG devices with the laptop. Then the next step is we will have to inspect each channel of the EEG data, whether you have a good signal. And we have the good signal, and then we can start so-called the training. So a training, basically what it does is it trains, it actually records some data and check how a user EEG data will behave when there's a stimulus arriving. So we have this 60 stimulus, around 1 minute's training. So at the end, we're going to get an average response of a person's EEG data with respect to one particular stimulation. So we have a reference data. And then after the training, we are able to see, if you look at the left side, we have this blue curve and the red curve. This is actually from a practical data, not perfect, but you see that the blue is actually the EEG response with the stimulus onset. And the red one is the EEG data response without any stimulation. So by directly looking at the values, you can already see there's such a difference. And on the right-hand side, that's actually evaluating how well you're able to classify it with the number of flashes. So if you have 1 trials, 1 accuracy, meaning that it's perfect. So in general, like the better you train the model, the faster you're able to select a classifier. So, but usually if for a good like BCI performance, like 2 trials or 2 flash or 3 flash would be like ideal for a control. Yeah. So then in the game round it's the same. So we are able to like kind of play with the AI. So we are in a VR AI summit. So we are able to play with the AI, and then we also have some like circles in the middle just to improve the attentions. And then potentially this round they can win the AI. So that's perfect. And then what can we do actually with this kind of like BCI integration with games? So I hope everybody played Pac-Man before, if you're old enough, yeah. Yeah, so Pac-Man is a very simple game where you have a dot in the middle and a so-called avatar, I would say, a small avatar. And you have some points circulating and 4 ghost enemy around. So like in this case, we have associated 1 stimulation pattern with 1 like enemy. So for example, now we're picking the pattern associated with the purple enemy, then the enemy will freeze this movement. And then vice versa. So look at the blue ghost is coming to you, it's dangerous, and now you're freezing it. So then you're able to like kind of like escape from the attack. And this is like one very basic, like interesting part is to recreate or give some like new power to the old games. And the other one is like you can actually use this to create some like games for the people in need. So this is actually a game that I created before, which is called a puzzle game. Puzzle game is for ADHD children potentially to improve their attention. So
this is Yannick as he delves into our new puzzle game.
Yeah.
Controlled by brain
So we have some images. We have one images at the back. So we have like multiple stimulation patterns, which is overlaying on top of the images. So the overall idea is to allow the ADHD, like the kids with ADHD problems, to actually try to target and destroy or uncover the whole images, the original images. So by doing this, he or she, the ADHD patient, can actually try to learn how to focus again. So we are able to have different kind of interactions with the games. So potentially, if you have played with the export or any kind of the console, you know we have A, B, X, Y key. So what we can do is we can overlay the ABXY key on top of like a traditional game to create a hybrid BCI control, and then you can use like XY AB to like hit the enemy, turn around, jumping. So in this case, you are able to like try to create a hybrid BCI control. So. And then at the end, obviously, if you're talented enough, or if you like creating games, you can actually create your own metaverse, create your own gamings. So this is a game that we created before that we're sitting in front of the space stations, and then the idea is that there are enemies coming from different directions. Our idea is to protect the station from being hit. And then when a particular object is selected, in this way, we are not going to like move anything, but yeah, we're going to move anything, but we are actually going to enable the shield from being attacked by users, being attacked by the enemies. So, there are different ways or different like applications that you can create with BCI, but in gaming, it's like more likely the simplest yet the most efficient way to integrate the control. And what you can do is like, if you're happy with your games, a BCI like control can also be integrated or be an immersed like stimulation with the VR and AR. So this is like a prototype that we created before with the same games that we have for the previous example, but we're actually creating some BCI controls, which is created inside the virtual reality. And what happens is, if you look carefully, so there's no device there, or there's no laptop connected to it. So basically, the whole rendering is actually based on the Oculus Quest 2 here in this case. And then what we are actually doing is we are connecting the devices, the EEG devices with the Oculus Quest 2. We do all the EEG data recording, feature extractions, classifications, feedback, everything it's in the Oculus Quest 2. So we have a Bluetooth Android API, which is connected to the devices, and then it streams the data directly. So in this case, there's not even a need to have a computer which is handling the acquisitions. But obviously, this is a prototype. It's not yet ready, but that's one potential benefit. And also, like with the Unity SDK, we're going to go cross-platform. So at the moment, we're supporting Windows, but we can do Android, Linux, Mac, and then because Linux, I mean, like most of the VR glasses, they are Android-like OS. So basically, it's based on Android. So if Android is ready, all the HMDs are more or less available. But obviously, for every support, we have to roll out a testing environment to make sure that everything is working. Yeah. So I hope that this gives a little bit of introductions of how BCI games work. BCI game is actually transforming the way we interact with games, and be very creative. Like think about the Pac-Man game, or you can use like even Tetris. It is kind of like very simplest game. It can be very fun after integration with BCI. And start with a very, very small, easy game, and then try to increase the complexity. Just like what I showed you before with the game that we created. Initially, we didn't think about going with VR. We thought about maybe just to create our own metaverse game. But then we think of, okay, maybe we are able to do it. So the next step would be, what about going to VR? Will still work. So when we create games, we have to start really from basics and ground up, like slowly, step by step, and then increase the complexity of the game. And then afterwards, you're able to slowly, easily develop your future game. Yeah, and I hope your creations of the game can make an impact and educate your friends, and let's create the future of the gaming together. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for this very interesting talk. And let's see who will now say that gaming is brainless. Anyway, so now we'll have a short coffee break until 4:30. And then we'll meet again. I can only tell you that the coffee is great, and the presenters are just as well. Short correction, 15 minutes instead of 4:30, and then we'll see each other again.
someone pressed it.
Hello. This is your 2-minute warning to be back in a seat, and we're going to start again with the speakers from Goldsmiths. So 2 minutes. Hello, that was your 2 minutes. Could you please take a seat and we'll get started with the next speaker. Thank you. Okay, while you're sitting down, I'll drown you out so you can't talk anymore by telling you how bad the weather was yesterday at Heathrow Airport. So Sylvia and Marco, who are speaking now, unfortunately their flight was cancelled. I happened to get an earlier flight, but still sat on the tarmac for two hours waiting for the rain to go past so that we could get on the flight. I think that's enough people sat down. Great, okay. So with that, I'm going to host this session with 2 speakers, both from the University of Goldsmiths. And what I can say is that they're the competitors in London, but we love them a lot. So the first speaker of the 2 will be Professor Sylvia Pan from Goldsmiths Computer Science. And she will talk, oh, she's there you go, waving. She probably can't see me waving, this is not very interactive, who will talk about embodied social interaction, and Sylvia has worked on a lot on VR and social neuroscience over the last decade, 2 decades probably. Should probably correct me on that. Thank you. Is she back? We can't hear you yet, Sylvia, just a second.
Okay.
No, there you go.
I don't know what else to do.
No,
Is it okay now? Does it work now?
There's some small buttons to click. Small, they're very small. There we go. Great, okay.
Yes. Okay, does it work now?
Off you go, yes.
Yes. Thanks, Anthony. I'm not your competitor. We're collaborators. Come on. Well, thanks for the lovely introduction. Yes, I'm Sylvia Pan. I think I know. Yeah, is it possible for me to see the audience? Because I can only see my talk. But anyway, never mind. Don't want to make it too challenging. But now it just really is sadly like me sitting in my study talking to a screen of my own talk. So if I do go off script, which is sometimes what happens when I'm just talking to a computer. That's what happens. Anyway, so yes, I'll be talking about embodied social interaction in VR. So yeah, this is actually, I've never really sort of talked about embodiment as a whole talk. So I'm kind of trying this for the first time. And also another excuse I have is that I normally write my talk on the way to the place I'm presenting, but I wasn't actually never on the way. I made it to the airport, stayed there from 4 p.m. all the way until 10 o'clock, I think. But I had good company. Both Stella and Marco were with me, and our flights were canceled. So I apologize that I have to be presenting in my living room. I would have otherwise really loved to be hanging out with you guys, although my work is about social interaction in VR, but that's actually inspired by my passion about social interaction in real life. Right, okay, so I don't think we need to very much talk about what virtual reality is, but just to remind you, VR is an illusion. It's a strong illusion that takes you somewhere else rather than where you actually are. So you really have this strong, sorry, I'm just going to bring my, because I like to see myself. Yeah, okay, so I know I just changed some settings. Okay, anyway, so that VR gives you illusion, which really makes you feel that you're somewhere else where rather than where you actually are. And really makes you feel that those things are flying towards you. You really have to slash the cubes, and to the extent that you don't really care how ridiculous you might look in real life. So VR really, really, really powerful in taking you somewhere else. And this is an example where I tried an application in 2017 in the IEEE VR conference in Los Angeles, where I was in the fMRI brain scan of someone, where I really see kind of brain neurons populated around me. It was such a powerful experience. At the time, I was just finished my work in neuroscience, but I really never truly appreciate how complex the brain was. And that was really the point where I said, wow, neuroscientists, they're studying the brain is really hard work. It's such a complex space to actually study. And it was fMRI scanning data, so you have the blood flow data as well, which means that in this case, you can actually drag a kind of slider, like you can drag it up and down, so you can see the color change, which is kind of represents the blood flow of the scanning you're getting from fMRI. So it's a very powerful tool. It really kind of changes something quite fundamental rather than images you might see on a 2D screen. And I think another really powerful aspect of VR, which is kind of more related to how I got into VR, is power to actually bring you to be with somebody else. So I've done quite a bit of work, as Anthony said, 20 years, starting in the very lab where Anthony works now, in the cave-like system with Professor Mel Slater, and Marco Gillis, who's going to talk next, in creating social experiences and testing them in those kind of immersive systems and see what impact it might have on our social interaction or our understanding about ourselves. So this, I'm going to try to play this video. Hopefully it's going to play smoothly, and hopefully you can hear the sound as well.
You're usually at ease when talking to someone of the opposite sex.
Say it again?
You're usually at ease when talking to someone of the opposite sex?
Oh, you already have asked this question.
It would be nice if you could, yeah.
I disagree.
You try to avoid talking to people unless you know them well?
No, I disagree.
If the chance comes to meet new people, you often take it?
Well, it depends on who they are, but I agree, I suppose. Yeah, so for me, that's kind of a classic example of how virtual social interaction work. And in this case, we were just using motion capture data. We motion captured one actress where she actually followed exactly the same script that she acted out twice. Once she behaved as if she was very shy, and the other time, like you see, she behaved as if she's very confident, almost a bit aggressive. And we were basically testing the impact of kind of body movement could have on social interaction, given that the script she's saying is exactly the same. And what we observed, obviously, there are some really interesting findings I don't have time to really share in this talk, but what I found really interesting is that this participant is actually a friend of a friend, and his friend afterwards, like someone we know in common afterwards, come back and complain to me like he was really stressed after the interaction. Yeah, so what have I done to his friend, right? So it really makes me think, you know, sometimes experiences you had in VR could have a real impact on yourself to the extent nobody would actually be expecting. And the reason why I'm also showing this study, which is the early study we've done in the cave-like system, is also because in the cave, you can actually see your own body. You're not really wearing a kind of HMD in the same sense as we do. It's almost like a mixed reality. You have a pair of see-through glasses. Everything is sort of projected on the screen you're seeing, which also means that you can actually see your body as they are. With HMD, this interaction is very different. We actually have to make a virtual body and align it with your movement and everything to make it work. But this also means that we have the opportunity to actually make this virtual body of yourself slightly different from your own. And I think that is not a point I have to, you know, explain a lot about. There are lots of neuroscience talks ahead of this one that's already touched upon this point. But actually, it was sort of proposed again by Professor Melstater, I think it was back in 2006. We first heard about this idea about VR can transform not only where you are, but who you are. And at the time, at the UCL lab, there were lots of work had to be done for this embodied illusion to actually happen. As you can see, she's wearing a kind of full body suit, and there are sort of trackers built in the room. She's wearing a HMD this big, and obviously there's lots of system integration you have to do to make it happen. But when that happens, you actually have really nice embodied illusion. You really feel that the person you see in the mirror is you, and when you look down, you see where you expect to see your real body, you see a virtual body. And this virtual body could look like something very similar to yourself, or can be something that actually is quite different. And this is obviously not something that has been discovered by computer scientists, but rather there were quite a couple of studies in neuroscience and the neuroscience space about embodiment. Where obviously they don't have fancy sort of technical setup as the one we can do in the VR lab, but rather they were using rubber hand illusion or effacement illusion, where you just, you know, caress someone's face where they're seeing on video another face being synchronously caressed, so that they have this feeling of that person they're seeing is actually themselves. And there were lots of studies in neuroscience showing that only another body actually affects social cognition. And obviously, I'm going to, you know, mention this study, but I think half of the people in the room probably are very much familiar with this study already, which is Tabitha Peck and Melstater study in 2013 about putting yourself in the skin of a black avatar actually reduces your implicit racial bias. And I mean, Art sent a email telling us to try to explain everything if we can. I know half of you in the room, probably neuroscientists, you know exactly what implicit association test is. But for the sake of the other half, I'm going to try to explain it. So basically, how implicit association tests work is that you are given a computer, and you are told to, whenever you see a positive word, press the right-hand side key. When I see a negative word, you press the key on your left-hand side, right? So you have to do it as quickly as you can. There'll be like new words popping up. But then you're also told to press the right-hand side key when you see a white person, and the left key when you see a black person. Okay, so you're told to do this as quickly as you can, obviously with different stimuli. And then that's one task. Another sort of condition, you are told to press the right key when you see a positive word or a black person, and you're going to press the left-hand side key when you see a negative word or a white person. So what's happening is that for the majority of us, unfortunately, we're influenced by kind of the culture we're immersed in, or stereotypes and everything, that most of us will happen to actually perform slower in the task that's in red, and will be faster in the other task when we, because our brain is kind of shaped by the kind of culture to associate more positive content with Caucasian and negative content with African origin people, right? So obviously there are people who can do this task differently, right? But for most of us, we'll be slower in the first one, right? So the implicit association test basically tests the difference in our reaction time between these two different tasks. And the difference here, most people will be a positive value, is our IAT, is how racially biased we are towards people with darker skin. And obviously what we do in VR is we can give this test twice, once before we go inside VR and another time after we go inside VR. And what it has been found is through Tabitha's work and many other work that has been run afterwards is that virtual reality being in the skin of a dark skin avatar actually reduces our implicit racial bias. Which is, something really, I think is really interesting because it's a reaction time task. It's not like a questionnaire asking you how racist you are, because we're all going to say we're not racist, right? So I think this task on its own is very, very interesting. What's more interesting is there was another study that has been done by Domina Banaco and Mel Slater in 2020, where they put participants in the body of different avatars, black and white, but then during that process, during their time in VR, they also have different experiences. They would have had positive experience, neutral experience, and negative experience. And what they found is, again, if they are in the body of a black avatar and then they had positive experience, they then have a reduction of their IAT, so they become slightly less racially biased. That's great. That's consistent with the findings before. But what's also very interesting is that if they were in a dark skin avatar, but then they had negative experience, there's actually evidence suggesting towards that they might actually became a bit more racially biased due to the negative experience they've had when they were embodied in a dark skin avatar. And I thought that is really interesting because basically that means that this embodiment illusion is double-edged sword. We need to really use it carefully. It's not, it's not kind of a solution to solve racism. Actually, it has a potential to bring more problems to lots of social attitude we have. And most of this, and there's another study I thought was very interesting because, I think, everybody's understand embodiment and knows the impact it could have. But what I'm really interested in is instead of just using questionnaires, how can we kind of find more evidence to really review what embodiment actually does? What's the consequence of embodiment to our brain? And I think that's any evidence we can kind of, show that goes beyond questionnaire I'm very interested in. So I'm interested in kind of the result from implicit association test, but there's another type of test. I mean, okay, you are slightly less racially biased, but what does it actually mean, right? So this study, again, conducted by, I'm not going to be able to say their family names, but basically it's Anna, Domina, Nadia, and Mel in 2017. They have conducted a study where they had participants embodied in either a child's body or adult's body, but in the adult's case, they scaled the adult down to the size of a child, right? So you're an adult, but you're just a very small adult. You still see your body proportion as an adult, where for a child, you really have the feeling that you're a child. And they did the same experiment, and other than the IAT result, what they have also found is they found behavior change in terms of estimation of size. So what they found is that after going through these two different embodiment situations, they then asked participants to estimate the size of a box in front of them. So they can just gesture with their hand, say, hey, I think this is the size of the box, right? And what they found is that if you have embodied in a childlike avatar, then you actually turn to overestimate the size of the box. And that is not the case if you're embodied in an adult avatar, although it has been scaled down, but you still don't have the overestimation as much as if you were embodied in a child avatar. So I found that really, really interesting. So basically we tried to, we got really interested in this idea of embodiment, and as a lab, we started doing experiment on that as well. So I just want to add, lots of the study I've showed here early on how to use this kind of full body tracking. But I think most of us working in VR, we understand that nowadays we can actually just very simply use the VR headset itself to actually create embodiment. Sometimes the result is not ideal. I mean, this case is actually good because we're using a Quest Pro, which means that the hand tracker is actually has camera on its own, so it doesn't actually lose track. right? So if you're using a Quest 3 or something, when your hands goes back, the hands are actually no longer tracked. But in this case, we're using a Quest Pro so that your hands are actually always tracked. So what we were able to then use Embody in is we wanted to basically use embodiment to really think about, okay, so what are the areas that we think that we can really benefit from being able to use embodiment to change people's attitudes and behavior. So in particular, I'm going to show kind of 3 studies we have been doing in the lab. The first one is published, the second one is under review, the third one is ongoing studies. I won't be able to show the result from the third one, but I just want to show you the methodology we have been using. So the 3 studies, the first one was about training medical doctors in medical communication. And the second one, I think is, on a topic that's super related to, to everyone nowadays, is climate change. Can we actually use VR to change people's not only attitude, but behavior to actually drive them to actually have some action in their everyday life? And then the third one is to train social workers for them to be more empathetic towards the child that could be involved in domestic violence. So how much more time? I think I have 15 more minutes or something. So I'm going to try to spend about 3 or 4 minutes each study. So the first one was delivering bad news. It was a collaboration with Great Ormond Street Hospital. It was led by Tara Collins-Williams, who is a lecturer at Goldsmiths and finishing her PhD with us. And from Gosh, we had 2 medical doctors, Pratibha and Caroline Furtman. They're both pediatricians. So basically, one of the situations they found that's very tricky is sometimes they need to tell not the patient, but a parent of the patient that is a sort of routine sort of surgical procedure or something has now been canceled. So that's basically the sort of setting up this study. Because when you tell the mother of a patient that, hey, you have been waiting for a very long time, but now, unfortunately, we cannot do this thing we have planned to do to your child has been sedated, but unfortunately, you're going to have to take your child back and come back again, right? This happens very often in hospitals because whenever there's an emergency situation, another child's life is on the line, all the sort of staff have to rush into the surgical room. Nobody can perform a routine procedure, although it's been scheduled maybe months in advance, right? That's just the situation. And then very often a random member of staff in the hospital will have to then inform the mother and have this conversation. Now, obviously, she's going to be upset. And sometimes you'll find that slightly tricky to handle. So I'm not going to show you the conversation, but I just want to show you the kind of quality of animation we were able to produce for this study. So we had a professional actress coming in, and this is some of the
This is happening today. I am not going home today. Now, I don't care about the other patients. I'm sorry. I just care about my son. Are you saying that my child is not a priority?
Yeah, so we did motion capture data. We also worked with the animation studio to tidy up the animation to make sure it's really at a quality that really makes people sort of convinced that this is a real person you're talking to rather than a virtual human, which hopefully you kind of do that. So what we did here is we get a medical doctor to come in, put a VR headset on, and they see a patient in front of them, and there is a little child, laying beside them as well. And they have to then break the bad news to the parent, right? But because they're doing it in VR headset, so we're able to actually record everything. We are able to record the virtual body we have generated for the participant. We're able to record the animation and sound, and then we can replay what they have experienced. But what we did is we replayed it. We had 2 conditions. In one condition, we replayed everything in the body as a third-person perspective. So you're just kind of seeing a playback as a third person. You can see how mother says something, you said something. But in another condition, we actually replayed it from the patient's perspective, right? So our hypothesis here is that if you're seeing everything, seeing replay from the patient's perspective, you might be able to actually have a better opportunity to learn what you have done, to have a different perspective in understanding your performance. And the way we measured it, there are many different questionnaires and things we use, but we also used something called checklist, which is basically a list of things that they use in medical communication training, where it's a list of 18 items, including things like, have you introduced yourself? Have you checked if the other person has understood what you say? Have you determined what they know at this point, right? So these are a checklist of 18 items. And what we did is after they have gone through the VR situation, they go through the checklist and try to tick, how many of these 18 items they think they have done, performed well. And then they see a replay of how they've done, either as a third person or from the body of the patient or of the mother of the patient, and then they go through this checklist again, right? And our hypothesis is that if they have gone through from the patient's perspective, they would be able to realize actually they missed out more items than they thought compared to the third person. So that's the result. So you can see there is generally maybe a slight downward trend for the post, right? So basically it's kind of fitting our hypothesis, which is that when they just done it, they think they did well, but when they see a replay of what happened, they realize they haven't actually covered certain items. They have this kind of reflection and realization. But the interesting question is not this. The interesting question is there a difference between when they experience it from a third person comparing to experience it from the body of a patient? And yeah, unfortunately there isn't. Yeah, so we didn't actually see a difference. So the y-axis here is the difference of the checklist, right? So as we can see, there is no difference. Basically, either seeing it from a first person or third person. However, we did observe a difference. So our participants had about half of them are actually medical doctors or consultants, and the other half are nurses. So we did see a difference in nurses. So basically, if you are a medical doctor, there's almost no difference between your pre and post checklist, right? But if you were a nurse, the chances are you actually identified, you realize you missed out more items after you see the replay, right? And then we also went through some of the other sort of questionnaires we collected, and we found there's a trend in difference in level of stress and a difference in level of nervousness as well. So basically, although our manipulation didn't quite work, but we're able to see that, okay, nurses actually were able to learn more from our setting, no matter which condition they were, right? So that's still very interesting. And some comments from the study as well. It's incredibly realistic. I thought I was there. It's like you're actually there. You look around and see everything as if you're really in the hospital room. So we made actually lots of effort in modeling the room and fiddling with the lightings. I think that was a talk from Michael in the morning, and I will also make sure, whatever thing we do, it is still actually, because you keep everything at a high frame rate. Otherwise, it would make people sick. And then there was also comments about, getting the opportunity to watch yourself back is amazing. It's really fascinating. So people definitely appreciated being able to see yourself back inside VR. I was quite surprised to hear how hesitant my voice sounded. So that's, again, very interesting notes. And people definitely find it very stressful, and they feel themselves shaking a lot and very nervous. Right, so, but I will probably go back to this and reflect on kind of our findings. But again, so that's kind of the first study. We kind of try to use embodiment to see if it helped in terms of training. We see some improvement, but embodiment didn't actually do anything in this case. I'll come back to this. So I'm going to show the second study, which is a collaboration with the event lab from Barcelona, led by Professor Mel Slater. Well, in this work, we worked with Justina Sweetruck, a postdoc researcher with Mel, and it was led by our PhD student, Claire Yukopi. So this is really about using embodiment. It's fascinating technology, but what is the most important issues we have to tackle in humanity? I mean, you all agree, climate change, right? But I mean, everybody understand the impact of climate change, but sometimes we feel that there's not much we can do. But there's actually sort of behaviorally, there are little things we can do, and also bigger things as well. But so in order to kind of really, to test if we can use embodiment to induce a behavior change, so the design of the experiment is that you first go into VR as a child, some 15 years ago, when everything is beautiful. And then you go into VR again as a young adult, which is kind of the profile of most of participants in their sort of early 20s, which is kind of present, right? Which is, things are not as ideal. We already see signs of, something disastrous is about to happen. And then you go to 15 years later as a parent, you have a child, and the kind of really the impact of climate change is really having an impact on our future, on our living environment. But then we also wrap everything up in a positive future scenario because we want people to leave the scenario with kind of a positive feeling. So I'm going to show some videos of what we actually, so this is, again, a visualization of what we've done 15 years ago and recently where you were a young adult, and 15 years later when you become a parent and your child lives in a very different environment from when you grew up, and then 50 years later when actually we have done something and then we were able to then have a bright future together. So yes, I'm gonna show the videos. So you
Hello, welcome back to 15 years ago. Please perform the following actions. Please look down at your body and look around to see the changes in your surroundings. Well done. It's time to look in the mirror. Brilliant. Please move your right arm and move your left arm. Excellent. You are ready to explore this world now.
Let's watch this documentary on TV. It's really interesting.
Depends on one thing: water. In a land burdened by heat and drought, a single ribbon cuts its reliable course through the wilderness.
The weather looks good outside. Let's hope it will last a few days.
We can walk actually.
Hey, look. Did you see that animal outside? I think it was a rabbit.
Okay. And then you jump forward to recently.
Our message.
Oh, where's it? 50 years later, I want to see.
Our message.
Oh, 15 years later. Okay, so this is recently, I think.
And move your left arm. Excellent. You are ready to explore this world now.
Okay, so I think somehow I managed to edit out the bit of recently where just a young adult where things is basically like presence, what you see. And now this is 15 years later, you become a parent.
Our message. And move your left arm. Excellent. You are ready to explore this world now.
One thing I really miss is fresh fruit. We haven't had any for ages. You don't let me go out and play anymore.
And then in the end, they go to a very positive future. Oh, I think I disabled the sound. Yeah, so basically you are, you are kind of a floating soul, but you can see you're, a young person basically thanking you for what you have done in order to actually make change happen. So that's, the climate change study. And then we had two different conditions between group. You either go through the embodiment group, which is the video I have shown, or you go through a non-embodied group where you're just a kind of floating soul hanging around and seeing everything happen. And importantly, we did lots of different measurements. Importantly, we have collected their carbon footprint data, which is using a carbon footprint calculator from the WWF webpage, where I can see your carbon footprint consumption, which is about how many flights you take, how much money you spend on food, how much meat you eat, do you drive an electric car, how much transportation you use, how much money you spend on like clothing and stuff like that. Right. So we had the carbon footprint calculator. Participant will fill that in before they come into VR. And then we can't have it immediately after VR because we won't expect any immediate, it's going to be exactly the same answer like how much you spend on food or drinks, right? But rather we measure carbon footprint again 2 weeks after they have been to VR. And then we measured it again to see if the experiment has had any long-term effect. We also measured it again after 6 weeks. And what we found is that we did Bayesian analysis. So the first one is the ratio of carbon footprint 2 over carbon footprint 1, which is the kind of immediate effect 2 weeks after this. Is there any kind of behavior change we can observe after you have been to the experiment? And so as you can see in the observed group, which is the control group, there's almost no change. So basically, carbon footprint 2/1 is 1, right? There's no change, it's the same score. However, for the embodied group, you do see a drop. So they have slightly less carbon footprint after 2 weeks after they have experienced VR, which is very interesting. And I can see this trend kind of continued for the 6 weeks questionnaire as well, but it's not as significant. So basically there's an effect, but the effect didn't actually last very long. So that's what we found for this study. And just very briefly, we have also then conducted a study where we use similar methodology, but I'm just gonna actually show a video instead. Okay, so basically you are embodied in a child, so you're in front of mirror and you can sort of place some blocks and put a hat on you, and then things goes dark and bright again, and what you see is you're at a breakfast table, you have your father and your mother having breakfast, everything felt very lovely and nice, but then all of a sudden your father becomes verbally abusive to your mother and actually sort of left halfway. I don't want to show the video because it's actually very stressful to watch. But the important thing here is that you either have that embodied stage where you see yourself as a child in a mirror, and then you see everything from the child perspective at a breakfast table, or you didn't have that embodied stage, you know, you were just sitting there and then you may see the same blocks, and then you saw everything from a third person perspective, right? So I don't have data to show because this is an ongoing study, but the idea is that we're putting social workers through this experience. And the idea is that sometimes they're dealing with domestic abuse situation, and it has been found that sometimes they don't really pay enough attention to the child, to the potential psychological abuse, psychological impact on the child when there isn't any physical violence involved, right? And this is not a point that's kind of easy for social workers to actually kind of remember to make notes of this. So the idea is we can put them in situations like that and to see maybe next time when they're dealing with situations, they will remember this experience, so they will have strategies that involves more care towards the child. So I'm going to skip the video. So just a quick summary. I think I'm going to wrap up in the next 2 to 3 minutes if I have the time. Yes. So we've done quite many other embodiment study in the lab, but here I kind of picked 3 to show. For the first one, we didn't see any difference. For the second one, we saw we have seen some behavior change difference, and the third one I don't have data because it's a ongoing study. So just kind of putting them together and look at what we have done right and wrong. So yeah, I think importantly with the first study, we think the reason why it didn't work is because we didn't really have an embodiment stage when they were embodied in the patient, when they had this kind of body swap, you can call it, right? Because you are a doctor, you saw this patient, and then the next moment you are in the body of a patient. We didn't really give them time to be in front of a mirror to really take the identity of the patient, but rather we just put them there in the body of a patient, and then we give them some quite stressful experience, right? So maybe in a way, although maybe cognitively you kind of really felt you were in the body of this patient, but the experience itself is so unpleasant, you kind of actually suppress the idea. So the embodiment in this case didn't really work. For the second study, for the behavior change, we really worked on making sure they have the time to look themselves in the mirror. They really have that time to sort of create that identity. If embodiment is about being in somebody else's shoes, they really had the time to put the shoes on properly and then work on it and get used to it. And in this case, we did observe a behavior change. So it did actually work towards the direction we wanted to. And the third one, again, I think we did put them in the body of a child. And we did give them the time to actually feel the embodiment, pick up, all the sort of cues and everything. But then I was thinking, we don't have the result yet, obviously I can't comment on that, but we did actually put them in a quite stressful negative experience. So in a way, just by putting these studies together makes me think, by putting them in a negative experience, are we actually jeopardizing the kind of whole embodiment procedure we're having, or are we actually going to have consequences where they actually didn't like the experience they have in the body of a child, therefore we're generating attitude that's actually more hostile towards a child, right? So that's something I think we need to definitely think about. So yeah, so for future, just to summarize, for future studies, we would like to really pay attention to, the embodiment that just doesn't just happen automatically by being in the body of somebody else. Being in front of the mirror, giving them time to actually pick it up is important. We really need to be careful of the actual experience they have as part of this embodiment experience. Is it going to be negative or positive? And we should try to make the experience as positive as possible for various reasons. And I think actually when it's positive, it's going to more likely to work in terms of us picking up the cue, the participant picking up the cue as the body you wish them to embody in. And I think from an experimental perspective, I think it was really important that we all had a control condition for whatever we're trying to study. Because embodiment, we all know embodiment works, but it's difficult to say, what effect is just from sort of being somewhere, being involved in the social interaction, but what is really that kind of the addition of being in the body of somebody else actually brings. So I think it's really, really important to have a control condition so you actually can understand what the experiment is telling you. And also in all situations, we have used between group design. So for each participant, they only went through one of the conditions. They either have an embodied condition or they have an observed condition. And I think that, again, is very important. In particular, for instance, the climate change experiment, we were able to not only test the effect of climate change, but also we had a follow-on, so we can understand long-term effect of that as well. If it's a within group, then it will be a lot more difficult to understand the effect of embodiment. So that's kind of everything I wanted to say. I just want to, because this is about social interaction and, everybody lots of you have showed this kind of metaverse social VR. And I think embodiment will become, especially embodiment within kind of social interaction, will be an interesting topic. I have, during COVID, I've spent lots of time in social VR, but not so much afterwards. But should the technology improve, it is possible all of us are going to spend more time in it. And as you can see, when you go into social VR, especially in a sort of social setting rather than a work setting, you are likely to use bodies that are so different from yourself. So it's really important before we are there to understand the impact of embodiment, the virtual body you choose. How will that shape your cognition, your attitude towards many important issues? And yes, I think I didn't have these slides, but somebody was talking about a homunculus, the sensory homunculus earlier, so I thought add this as well. So the, I don't know, left or right, left-hand side for yourself, is how computers see us. With most of the tablets, iPhone, computers, we're just one eye, one finger. We only need one finger to press the like button. And we have 2 ears because we have stereo headphones. So that's kind of how the digital space, how as humans we're connected to the digital space. But who we really are is this kind of sensory this is the brain representation of different brain regions actually are represented. And I think VR is actually a great way to help us to break the interface, to break the kind of constraint that the current 2D interface is putting on us. Because they actually, VR, if you look at this monster, it has a massive head and massive hands. And that's exactly where the VR controller we're holding and the sort of head-mounted display we're wearing. So this is actually a good way for us to really represent us digitally. So I do see VR as the future interface to the digital world. Okay, so yes, I would have loved to deliver this in person. I think, I normally actually only think about what I want to say when I'm on stage. So sorry if it's a bit not very clearly delivered. So I'm leading the CVR lab together with Professor Marco Gillis, who is going to speak next. We don't normally have presentations in the same conference. Just, the first time we were trying to go to the same conference and both present, the flight got cancelled, so it's probably saying something. And these are some of our collaborators, other universities, companies, but also the creative industry as well, which I think is really important if you want to get sort of VR experiences right. And just a bit of advertisement. So I am in the organizing committee of since I am in Germany now, in June next year, we're organizing a Mind XR conference about shaping the future of mental health care. So if you're interested in speaking or attending, please drop me a message. Okay, I think that's everything. And I need to stop sharing.
Okay, Sylvia, thank you. The crowd is clapping. I don't know if you can hear that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I hijacked Anthony's role. I mean, he had to run to a call. Anyway, so since we're running a little bit behind the schedule, there's a social event schedule. I mean, scheduled like right after. Would be nice if you were here, but you're not. So yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, so we see you probably soon. And now let's just hand over to Marco. Thank you, Sylvia.
Bye.
So our next speaker is also from Goldsmiths, Marco Gillis, if I pronounce his surname correctly. Should be connected, but 2 minutes. Okay, he will connect in 2 minutes. You guys can check your phones in the meantime. Okay, I think there's no need for me to be standing here, so whenever Marco connects, I mean, you'll see him, right?
Hello, everybody. Hello. Can somebody hear me? Hey, I can see myself. Great. Hopefully you can see me. Can everybody hear me?
So we can hear you loud and clear. So whenever you're ready, you can start with your presentation. Just don't forget to share your screen, because we had someone not do that before. Okay, yeah.
Can you see my...
We can see everything. The stage is yours.
Okay, fantastic. Great. So hello, everybody. My name's Marco. I'm also at Goldsmiths with Sylvia. So yeah, we very often talk together at Goldsmiths, but very rarely in conferences. I will also talk about embodied experiences, but in a slightly different way. So I will... You probably have seen this slide from Sylvia. So we're part of the same lab. We have a bunch of fantastic students, some of whose work I'll talk about. We run a master's in virtual augmented reality, which some of the work will feed in here as well. I think Sylvia's probably already said this. I missed the very beginning of your talk, Sylvia. Apologies. Okay, so what I'll start with is a definition of VR, because I think this is an interesting topic of the talk. And part of this is inspired by Jaron Lanier's Dawn of a New Everything. So, I mean, if you haven't read this book, read it. I mean, he's credited, he denies this, but he's credited with inventing the word virtual reality, and has, you know, was one of the great pioneers, and has written this, you know, very bizarrely eccentric book that's half his life story and half a history of VR, and half, you know, the other half, the third half is a philosophy of VR. And one of the things that's quite nice about this book is that it contains not one definition of virtual reality, but about 100, ranging from very serious, insightful, to very niche and specific, to, you know, satirical and just a joke. So I thought, you know, actually, I like this idea that you have many definitions which sort of highlight different aspects. And the one definition I want to highlight here is that virtual reality is an embodied experience of a virtual world. What is that? What do I mean by that? So the world is virtual, it's not real, but you are engaging with it with your body. So, I mean, this picture had been doing the rounds a few years ago of the kind of VR junkie, this kind of image of somebody sucked into the world of VR, you know, and sort of never, you know, seeing the outside world, and, you know, sort of just slumped in a corner. And I think this is completely not what VR is, because VR is something you engage with in a full-bodied way. Actually, I mean, I've been using this slide a few times, and now since I'm actually slightly sort of, since the launch of the Apple Vision Pro, I'm actually slightly worried. I mean, the sort of look and tap interface that they have, I don't know if you can see me, but I'm looking and tapping. That actually seems to me, I mean, in some ways it's an amazing magical interface like everything Apple does, but in some ways it seems a little bit like this dystopian vision of, you know, you're just tapping your fingers and moving and you're sort of engaging with this magical world. So though there's a lot good about that interface, actually I really want to think about moving our whole bodies again. And so this is an example of a project by Harry Brenton, a friend of mine that I was involved in. Can you hear the audio? Doesn't matter too much if you can't hear the audio. There's some, like, you know, nice dance music happening, but this is sort of an experience where you are dancing with this sort of AI virtual cloud person, and it's an example of how you can use your whole body in a really engaged way in VR. You know, this is you know, this is just a nice way of showing what's possible. But VR really is a medium that is, you know, that is all about bodies, because VR is full of sensors, and so VR sort of hardware. So this is a picture of Christina, whose work, one of our PhD students, whose work will come up a couple of times, but this is just her looking cool in VR. So you have head tracking, you have hand tracking, you have a microphone in all the headsets. Quite a few now have eye tracking. You can have physiological sensors. You have EEG, as we've seen from GTEC. So there's lots of sensors that can, you know, allow us to interact with our whole bodies. So, and you know, the argument, part of the argument of this talk is this is a really integral part of VR, and I'm going to talk about some of the ways you can do this. So, briefly, I'm going to rush through quite a large body of work which exemplifies how the body is important, how we can use the body in VR. Then I'm going to talk a bit about did I just break up there? My video froze. Oh, well, I'm going to just repeat it. Then I'm going to talk about machine learning and AI, how this can help, and maybe this is not really an AI conference, but if there's time, I'll talk a little bit about the implications for AI. So, the body is a fantastic interaction mechanism. It's how we interact with the real world. And the most basic interaction in VR that uses the body is that we have a head tracking in a headset. So as we look around the virtual world with our head, our view changes, and I can do this and look over there just as I do in the real world. And this kind of basic interaction is the fundamentals of what Mel Slater, I think I could call him Mel by this point, he's been mentioned 100 times in this conference, calls place illusion, which is the illusion of being in a place, a different place, a virtual place, despite the sure knowledge that this is not the case, that you're not there. And so, you know, and the foundation of this is this linking between your senses and your movement, the sensory motor contingencies, as they're called. It was O'Regan and Noe who coined the term. So like turning your head and your view moves. So that's a very important form of interaction, but there are many others. So haptics here is important. So, you know, we've heard about haptics before. This is a study that Janet Gibbs did with us that showed that particularly the consistent combination of haptic and visual interaction feedback created a greater sense of presence, essentially. So, you know, haptics adds presence. This is a different example that uses hand tracking. And here, Nima Jamalian, another PhD student and colleague of ours, showed that actually in this memory game, people performed better using pure hand tracking than they did with controllers. And, you know, the theory is that actually just using our hands naturally as we do in the real world results in lower cognitive load. Okay. The other big illusion that, well, one of the three big illusions that Mel talks about is plausibility illusion, the illusion that events in VR are happening as are really happening, that we see are actually occurring despite the fact that we definitely know they don't. And this is largely down to the world responding to our actions as we expect them to respond. And part of this to me as well is that we are interacting as we expect to interact. So if I'm interacting with my hand directly, that's more, and we have a response that feels more plausible than me simply pressing a button and something happening. That pressing a button, something happening, feels much more like a video game than the real world. Whereas, you know, me actually touching something feels, you know, if it's the same way as the real world, me picking something up with my hand feels much more like a real world interaction. Okay. So another really important thing is body ownership and embodiment. Sylvia's been talking about that, so I won't go into it, but it's, you know, core to our argument. Everything she has been saying is showing how important the bodies are in our experience of being somebody else in VR. And then the last example, if my slide will move on, is social interaction. So yes, social interaction involves a lot of talking, but it involves our bodies as well. We have a lot of non-verbal communication. I don't think you can see my video, but I'm gesturing a lot. I'm, you know, sort of, I'm trying to communicate to you with my body as well as my voice. That bit's failing if you can't see me. And so it's very, very important. And so we've done some studies with Microsoft Research, looking at how avatars impact our social interactions. In particular, this one is one by Christina Dobre, looking at that found that actually it's really important. I mean, this is something we've known for a long time, that the match between the realism of the appearance of the avatar and the realism of the fidelity of their body language. So if you have a realistic avatar, people will trust the body language more. And if the body language isn't very realistic, because we're not tracking enough body parts, or we haven't got facial tracking, then people are more likely to make mistakes about their in reading emotions, because they're putting too much face on the body language, which is inaccurate. Whereas people in a less realistic avatar put more of a weight on the voice, which is accurate because it's the real voice. So that was really interesting. We've actually continued to work with Microsoft Research, and we just had a paper that will be in the next CSCW. Yeah, watch that space to find out what we found next. And we've also done quite a lot of work. I mean, I've been working for like 25 years or something on virtual agents, so characters that you can have a social interaction with. So this is another study with Antonia Hamilton at University College London, with Jamie Ward, who was at the time a postdoc and is now my head of department, and Nadine Abaruman, who did the main part of this research. And we found that we were looking at nodding, and they discovered different types of nodding in different contexts from a neuroscience psychology point of view, and then we implemented that in an agent. The realistic nodding was trusted better. I won't go into the details. And we've taken some of our work on virtual agents and worked with games companies on them. This was an exciting project with Maze Theory and Dream Reality Interactive, and the work was done by Christina, who you saw in the looking cool in the VR kit earlier. And what we were looking here was, can we get, characters that can interact and recognize game players' body language? We didn't get the entire way. We just worked on recognition from this point of view, but we had this pipeline where we get people to interact with this virtual character, and then we'd have a annotation stage. And this is really important. This is the fact that we're looking at how this data annotation can be a creative process, because this is a game. The creative director needs to have control of what the interaction is. They're not going to just leave it to some machine learning algorithm and trust what the interaction is. So they're the ones that are annotating, and then we feed it into a clever neural network and we were able to recognize stuff. So this is, this actually brings me to my next big topic, which is that machine learning is a really nice way of doing this, but we really need to think of this as a creative tool, not just as this sort of, abstract technology. So, how can AI help? And in this case, we're talking about machine learning, really. The big challenge here is that our body, how we move, which is what we've been talking about, our interactions with the world, whether that's body language, whether that's in social interaction, or whether that's, knowing how to interact with buttons in the world, or something classic like riding a bicycle. Our knowledge of how we do this is embodied. And what we mean is that we know how to do this, but we cannot explain it in words. So if you take the example of a bicycle, our body knows how to ride a bicycle. If you learn to ride a bicycle, your body knows how to ride a bicycle. You never fully forget it. I was riding a bicycle the other day after at least a decade, and I wasn't great, but I could do it. But if I had to explain to this, and I've tried to teach my kids how to ride a bicycle, so I'd like to be able to explain how to do it, but I cannot explain. I do not know exactly how I move to do the really difficult part, which is balance my body on a bicycle as it's moving. So essentially, the only way to teach a child is to put that child into a position where they have to do that and then get them to practice. So I can't express it. Why is that important? Because if you can't put it into words, you definitely cannot put it into code. So it becomes very difficult to, develop, really satisfying embodied interactions. I mean, it's possible to have box colliders everywhere, and I'll maybe mention that in a minute. But to really do it well is hard in traditional code. And this is acknowledged in the sort of the HCI interaction design literature. So this is a paper that, there's many people working in this area, Kia Herc, Elena Marquez Segura, working on, using the body as part of the design process. And there's terms like body storming or embodied sketching that, really, get designers to sort of do really quite strange things like hanging upside down in this picture, or really use their body as this design resource. But the challenge here is that, well, you're doing this great embodied design process, but then you just go, to implement it, you have to go back to a computer and start typing. So what we were trying to do is we developed this project with a long list of people. I'll mention the three at the top who are the people that did the main bit of work: Nicola Plants, Clarice Hilton, and Carlos Gonzalez Diaz, Nicola's a postdoc, Clarice and Carlos Clarice is still doing her PhD, Carlos has finished his. We were looking at how can we build machine learning as a creative tool for sort of designers, indie game designers, but we're particularly targeting people with a movement background, so dancers and related disciplines. So the first person you see at the bottom, Ruth Gibson, she's has a long history as a dancer, now a choreographer and artist. So I mean, for those not familiar with machine learning, I'm sure there's probably not many, but the idea of machine learning is that rather than trying to explicitly code something, you give examples. It learns from examples. And so how can you design interactions by providing examples? And this is a little video of the system.
Interactml is a node-based visual scripting tool for designing movement interaction in Unity.
If you can't hear audio, somebody shout if there's audio.
To train
I can talk
Interactml's
over it.
machine learning system. Then instantly use your movement designs to trigger events in your environment.
Okay, so you see the idea. You're
specifically designed for artists, dance practitioners, as well as game.
Sorry, I'm just gonna. So you get the idea. It's able to produce wide variety of complex movements, and the core of it is you're doing it by example. So you're not asking people to learn how to code. So machine learning is often seen as this really abstruse, complicated system, and yes, it definitely is, certainly if you're trying to implement the algorithms, but actually it has this potential, if we get it right, to be quite accessible, because it's not, we're asking people to produce examples, data, and essentially people, that allows people to express their expertise. Data is the stuff that people are expert on. Photographers know about images, dancers know about body movement. If you're a mycologist, you can have lots of images of mushrooms, and you can use your expertise to label those and gather them, that kind of thing. So that's what we're interested in. So we developed this platform. It's a plug into Unity and actually to Unreal. The Unreal's actually, I'm more of a Unity person, don't get into flame wars with me, but the Unreal version's actually sort of being developed slightly more at the moment, and it's got this graphical interface to set up machine learning models. But the core of it actually is that we're not just talking about a bit of technology, we're talking about a whole design process of which a technology, the machine learning, is a supporting part. And it goes in this kind of loop of starting with body storming. And actually, we started this research in the middle of the pandemic. We got funding before we knew it was going to happen, obviously. So we did it in VR, which was a really important learning experience. It wasn't what we'd planned, but it was an important learning experience. Then you can, so you actually, that's kind of, apart from the fact it's in VR, it's unplugged. You're not trying to use any technology. You're just moving and trying to think, well, what kind of gesture can I do? Then you use that, then you start transitioning into collecting data, but that's really still very much using your body. You're still doing the same gestures. And then you test again, very much with your body. And it obviously, we all know that the first time it's not going to work. So you have to either go back and provide more data, train it better, or possibly actually rethink the original design, because maybe, these two movements that look very similar to you, they just can't be picked up as different with two controllers, because all you can track is your two hands. So that, that's the process. We did a whole series of hackathons, workshops, and then 3 artist residencies over 6 weeks to really try and test how people learnt this. These are examples of the residencies. This is Bushra Burge, who did a piece. She's British Bangladeshi, and she did this piece based on Bangladeshi street dance, combined with a sort of contemporary Bengali poetry. And she instrumented this cloth, the sari, and these ankle bells to form the interaction. You can see the sort of the VR bit at the top. Again, this is Shan Fan, who comes from a dance, sort of a modern dance background, and create these multiple avatars of herself dancing in this world. And they then we always want our technology to disappear and not be an important part of the artistic work, but the artists are always interested in it. So she decided to start plastering our node-based interface all over her virtual world. Similarly, Sara Torelli and Sergio Bromberg were interested in AI as a concept, and were actually trying to sort of, forcing you to prove you are human through your movements. And this work is now being, Claris is continuing this work with Kanduko, dance company in the UK, of dancers, of disabled dancers, and dancers with diverse bodies. So that's very interesting work. So what did we find out? So I think the core of this really is not so much the outputs, but the process, because I'm interested in making tools. Actually, if us computer scientists make good tools, then creative people will be able to do the really interesting stuff. So first off, people loved that you could prototype stuff by moving. I mean, this was really what they was looking for, and they were able to do it. So this was, you know, big time success. Though the challenge was that, you know, how they understood their movements were in their own embodied way was different from how the machines understood it. You know, the features, representations the machine learning had. So this tool allowed them to use their own embodied understanding quite directly, but still there was a mismatch there that they had to overcome. I'll skip this bit. And then the last point is that actually the process, because they were doing it themselves and they were using their bodies, they call it's a very me-centric design. So so it was, you know, actually they were very much designing for a body their size, their way of movement, and so there is a risk in this way of doing things that you become, you know, you lose that broad accessibility. And in fact, I'll briefly show this slide. Don't want to get into too much detail about the implications for AI, because this is an AI conference and this is the end of the day and I'm keeping you from your drinks. But I think, you know, this is a great prototyping tool, but we also need engineering machine learning to deliver a product to market, in a sense. So it's great for as doing sort of low fidelity quick prototyping, but actually then you need to go away and do it really properly. The last thing I'll say about this as a tool is that the question is, does it actually produce better? I'll maybe stop sharing because I finished with my slides. So does using machine learning in this way actually produce better interfaces and better forms of interaction? And we've just done a master's study with fantastic master's student Tom Lawrence, who's tested that out. And essentially the answer is it's subtle, because he basically got together with people and designed these really good machine learning interfaces, and then did his best to replicate them with box colliders. So, you know, the simple standard Unity way of doing it, and he actually replicated it quite well. So it worked on several levels quite well, but there wasn't, you know, it was more constraining. You know, you didn't have the freedom to experiment. So he was kind of doing you know, it was like sort of an interaction with animals like birds or snakes. So it was really sort of exciting, you know, fun movements. But people could be a bit freer. They could express themselves a little bit better with the machine learning one, because it was based on more examples rather than a rigid, you have to put your hands up here. So overall, I think you know, not only is this good for designers, and you'd obviously predict if it's good for designers, it will be good for the final design, but we've at least shown it's just a small scale. Okay, so that's it. I won't keep you any longer because your bodies probably are waiting for nice food and drink and to stand up and walk around a little bit. But thank you very much. Very sorry I couldn't be here. I was, you know, we were all stuck at Heathrow Airport at 9 at night, cursing that we couldn't get our plane. But next year, I will see you all in Bochum.
Okay, Marco, thanks so much. We are hoping to see you live next year. Okay, everyone, well, those who are remaining, just wanted to announce that we'll have the still like the open space for demos and posters for like next half an hour. Then we should slowly migrate to the maker space, which is basically next door. Some of you already probably know where it is. And that's where the social event will take place. There will be drinks, food, and also the DJ. So I heard that some of you are eager to dance. That's probably the opportunity. One info for the exhibitors, atrium, this space will be locked for the night. So if you have anything that you want to take out, that you want to keep with you, take it with you now, okay? All right, thanks so much. And we see us at the, here for the next half an hour and then at the social event.